Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I think we have resolutions, so I'm good with that.
Oh, crap. Okay, now we're ready.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to this Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners meeting on this Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. And at this time, I would like to notice that there is a quorum present, all 5 commissioners. Also, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome again. Moving on, I believe our first order of business is approval of the agenda. Is there an amendment to the agenda as it's presented? I believe under executive session contracts. Is that correct? All right, so I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda with it being amended under executive session for contracts. Anything else, commissioners?
So moved.
We got a motion by Commissioner Shanefield to approve the agenda with the amendment of contracts under executive session. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Next order of business is approval of the minutes. First up is the regular meeting minutes of April 6th of 2021. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith.
I move that we approve the minutes of April 6th as presented.
We have a motion to approve the minutes as presented for April 6th. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up is the approval of the minutes from April 7th of 2021, which is the Sweetwater County Intergovernmental Joint Leadership Meeting. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd.
I move that we accept those minutes as presented.
We have a motion to accept those minutes as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up is the acceptance of the bills. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith.
I move that we approve the EALs, the bonds, and the monthly reports as presented.
We have a motion to approve as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion, commissioners? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next on our agenda is a public hearing from planning and zoning. We have three items, and the first 2 items up is, the first item will be a map amendment, zoning map amendment from agriculture to industrial 1, which is light industrial. Here to present that is Mr. Bingham, and I believe Mr. Bingham, the parties that are requesting this amendment are here as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to welcome Mr. and Mrs. Tripp here this morning, and we will be calling on you for any comments if you wish, okay? So thank you very much, Mr. Bingham. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so the commissioners are aware, these first 2 hearings are tied to each other. So the first hearing is going to be a zoning map amendment from agricultural to light industrial. And then the second one is going to be the conditional use for the towing, impound, and salvage and storage yard for Mr. Tripp. The reason for that is we do not allow impound storage yards in an agricultural zone district. So really the sole purpose of the zone map amendment is to allow the towing, impound, salvage, and storage yard. And that becomes important because you will see some conditions, especially with this first hearing, with the zoning map amendment, that tie it to a certain time frame. As far as if the impound yard does cease, then the zoning does revert back to agricultural, just due to the location of it in the remote area and the lack of utilities such as fire protection there. So That is the purpose of the hearing, and so we need the zone map amendment to be approved in order to approve the conditional use. So the first order of business here is the zone map amendment, which is Jerry Tripp is both the owner and applicant. We'll go to the map up on the screen there. And this is off of Highway 30, so on your way up to Kemmer, it's on the left-hand side of the road. It's just almost in Lincoln County. And it's in the southeast quarter, section 14, township 19 north, range 112 west. And it's 9176 Highway 30, Granger, Wyoming is a location. Current zoning is ag, infrastructure, county fire. And just a note, when you'll see in the comments there, county fire has gone out and taken a look at the property, and they had no concerns concerning this zone change or the conditional use. Highway 30 is the access. It's a ranch that's out there. It's on private well and septic. So Mr. Tripp owns quite a bit of property out there, and we're only looking at changing 10 acres of that property to I-1 to establish the impound yard. Here's some pictures of the location. Again, it's in a very remote area of the county. So we have specific requirements for zone map amendments. One, is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? So the remaining, worth noting, is 805 acres will stay as agricultural to support those existing agricultural uses. Things such as water rights come into play. So we don't like to mess around too much with agricultural zoning, especially when the livelihood of that property is agricultural. So that's why it's only the 10 acres we're zoning to I-1. One is it's suitable topography and creates buildable lots for the zone map amendment. So the amendment is in a location that the existing topography will be suitable for light industrial for the proposed use. And the land actually that surrounds this zone map amendment is owned by the applicant. So we don't see any adverse effects. In the report, you will note that there was comments from the adjacent property owner. I have spoken with him, and so has Mr. Tripp. And some of those are reflective in the conditions of both the conditional use and the zone map amendment. And does it meet all applicable provisions of this resolution? Does it meet the minimum district size? Yes, it does. That's what our minimum district size is, 10 acres. And as you can see, there were comments, concerns with the adjacent property owner. His biggest concerns were he was concerned at the location. He thought it was going to be up against his property. As you can see back in the map there, adjacent property is quite a distance away from the location. YDOT had no concerns, and the fire department again went out there and they had no issues or concerns. So at the April 14th, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet, voted 5-0 to approve with the following conditions. The zone map amendment is contingent upon conditional use approval of the impound salvage yard permit. The zone map amendment to I-1 runs with an approved conditional use for impound storage salvage yard. When the use or conditional use for impound yard salvage yard ceases or expires, the zoning reverts back to agricultural. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. At this time, I would ask the landowner, Mr. Tripp, if he has anything he wishes to add. If you do, will you please come up to the podium and introduce yourself, who you are, and then we got to make sure you speak into the mic, though.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Tripp. I'm a longtime resident of Sweetwater County. Couldn't make it in the cattle business, so I'm trying something new. So I would appreciate your blessing on this. I have lived there for many years and intend to continue to take care of it to the best of my ability.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I'm not a man of many words, so I'll shut up before I put my foot down.
All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Tripp or Mr. Bingham?
I do.
Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Bingham, in the Justice Ranch comments, they outlined many other concerns or conditions they'd like to see.
Mhm.
Those were considered and felt not necessary. Is that?
So those are conditional use. You'll see them in the conditional use permit conditions. The one that we discussed heavily was the 50 car limit. We just felt it was going to be difficult to enforce that. We discussed it. We didn't want it to get out of hand. Keep in mind the conditional use that we're approving today is only good for 2 years. So Mr. Tripp will need to be on his best behavior when he is doing this. The other thing was the 6-month inspections. I don't like setting a time frame on inspections. I would prefer to we can inspect that property at any time or when we get complaints. So those conditions that were outlined by the adjacent property are more appropriate as in the conditional use than they are the zone map amendment. So that's why you don't see those in the zone map amendment. But when we get to the conditional use, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but I do want to explain why a couple of those were discussed, but they were not implemented into the conditions as far as the recommendation and resolution.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet.
So commissioners, any other questions? I have one for Mr. Tripp, and that is basically for the zone map amendment, the conditions that were listed. Are you okay with those?
Yes.
You are. And just for the publics and part of this zone map amendment, condition 1 is the zone map amendment is contingent upon the conditional use permit approval of the impound salvage yard permit, which will be our next hearing. And then the second condition is the zone map amendment to industrial 1, I-1, which is light industrial, runs with a approved conditional use permit for impound salvage or impound storage salvage yard. When the use of conditional use permit for impound storage or salvage yard ceases or expires, the zoning reverts back to A, which is agricultural. So those are the two conditions that are on the zoning map amendment that we're talking about. Okay?
Okay.
All right. With that, any other questions, commissioners? All right. With that, first up is we'll open up the meeting for a public hearing. So we have at this time, we'll open up the meeting on the recommendation of 21-04-0-01 for approval of a zoning map amendment from agricultural to light industrial as requested by Jerry Tripp. So the floor is open for any public comment. We'll give it a little bit of time in case somebody emails us something. We are open for public hearing. Any comments come in? No comments? One more last call, public hearing. Any comments? We'll close this part of the hearing, public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding resolution 21-04-0-01 for approval of a zoning map amendment from agricultural to light industrial as requested by Jerry Tripp?
Mr.
Commissioner Toman.
I would make the motion to approve your,
We have a motion by Commissioner Toman to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Loy. Any further discussion? I would remind that includes the two conditions that are listed on it, as I talked about earlier. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. That map amendment, zoning map amendment passes. Moving on to our next item. Mr. Bingham?
Thank you. So the property owner again is Mr. Tripp and the applicant is Mr. Tripp. Now we'll start to get more into the impound yard and the conditions associated with that. 9176 Highway 30, Granger, Wyoming. Current zoning is the I-1 now. So the Sweetwater County Fire Department, US 30 North, and Well and Septic. And so the owner, Jerry's Towing, is looking to establish an impound salvage and storage yard located on here, on this property. There's again, the map of the location that we just discussed.
Point of order.
Yes.
It's not, there it is. It's coming up on the screen now,
Oh, okay.
I think. There it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Banger.
No, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, as I'm pointing to the map and it's not there. There we go. Okay, so there's the location, same location as where the I-1 zoning is, light industrial. And so this is the photos again. That's the, as far as the exit off of Highway 30 there, or the approach. And so these are the conditional use permit review criteria, but with impound yards, we have specific criteria. So this is the list of them. They cannot be established within 600 feet of a church, school, or residential zone district, or within a mile of a recreational zone district. And this property is over 2.6 miles from a residential zone district, so it meets that requirement. Have hazardous inventory, identifying possible storage and discharge of hazardous waste. So applicant will be responsible for maintenance and proper disposal methods. If that is not occurring or we receive a complaint, that is a Department of Environmental Quality issue if it does come up. So the applicant will, when we do inspections out there, we will be looking for making sure that those waste materials are properly disposed of. So screening made of a uniform color and built to be a uniform height shall be required for properties abutting a less intense zone district. So there will be screening required since agriculture is a less intense zone district. And then required fencing shall be permanent and constructed to a minimum of 6 feet above finished grade. And the board may approve alternative screening plans and methods. Staff recommends a 6-foot screening fence to minimize effects on the adjacent property. That was one of the concerns that came up in the comments. No stacking of vehicles is allowed per over 6 feet in height unless approved by the board. Staff does not recommend stacking of vehicles. There will be plenty of space to accommodate the storage of vehicles. So also so that we don't have to see it from the highway, we recommend also that no stacking occurs. The business must be licensed with the state of Wyoming. Mr. Tripp is working through the process. This is part of the process, is getting county approval. So we're awaiting a copy of that approved permit. And the conditional use shall be termed for 2 years, at which time a new application may be submitted. Subsequent conditional use may be termed for a period established by the board. So we've seen that. We've seen other impound yards come before the board where they ask for an extended time period. There's those comments that came in from the adjacent property owner. And again, I've had discussions with him. One concern he had was that there should be a 10-acre buffer, and there will be, because the location of that, go back to the map here, there's another 10 acres below that before you even get to the adjacent property. So there'll be plenty of buffering there. Oh, go back to the comments. There we go. The permit the adjacent property was asking for a renewal every 2 years, and that is per our requirements. And there should be an site inspection, a minimum of every 6 months, and documentation should be sent to the Justice Ranch and Jerry Tripp. There should be a solid, sturdy fence, not less than 6 feet around the perimeter of the storage yard. And all vehicles stored, all fluids shall be removed, including antifreeze, flammable liquids, to prevent any environmental hazard. And the salvage yard shall be limited to 50 vehicles, subject to the changes from approved on a permit change. So Colorado State Gas had no concerns. YDOT, again, he will have to get, that is where they do the impound salvage and storage yard permitting, will be through them. And then any access changes will also have to be approved by YDOT. Fire Department, again, had no issues or concerns. And so on April 14th, 2021, Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to approve with the following conditions. It's contingent upon approval from the state of Wyoming for an impound storage yard. The conditional use is for a 2-year term. Applicant shall screen the impound salvage yard with a 6-foot fence with either privacy slats or a solid fence. No stacking of vehicles is allowed. Conditionally approved is contingent upon approval of a zone map amendment from the current zoning of Ag to I-1 light industrial. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. At this time, I would ask Mr. Tripp, do you have anything to add? You'd like to add?
No, I don't.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Tripp or Mr. Bingham? Commissioner Toman?
How long will it take you to get it up and running after you get the approvals?
I've got to build the fence and then go through whatever the highway department says I have to do to continue this. You know, this was the start of that. I don't think the rest of it will take long through their approval. I've got to get a sales tax. I got to get that straightened out and either get a sales tax number or get a variance where I tell them I will do nothing that requires a sales tax number. I don't think it'll take too long from here on. But anytime I start saying I think I can get it done in 30 days, it's going to take me 90. So
Very much so. We find that out. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, with that, I will open up the floor for public hearing on the recommendation of 21-04-ZO-02 for approval of a conditional use permit for towing impound salvage and storage yard with the conditions that are listed and on the conditional use, and that is conditional use approval is contingent upon approval from the state of Wyoming for an impound storage yard. Second condition is the conditional use permit is for a 2-year term. Third condition is applicant shall screen the impound salvage yard with a 6-foot fence with either privacy slats or a solid fence. Condition 4, no stacking of vehicles is allowed. And condition 5 is conditional use approval is contingent upon approval of a zone map amendment from the current zoning of A, agriculture, to I-1, which is light industrial. So with that, I'll open the floor up for public hearing or recommendation. Any comments? Any comments? Last call for any comments? Nothing on email? Nothing? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding resolution 21-01-ZO-02 for approval of a conditional use permit for a towing impound salvage and storage yard with the 5 conditions that are listed?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
We have a motion by Commissioner Shanefield to approve as presented. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion, commissioners? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations. You have your conditional use permit and your zone changing. Mr. Tripp, good luck.
thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, have a good day and be safe out there. Thank you. Moving on, I believe you're still up, Mr. Bingham.
The day of impound yards. Here's another one, another impound yard. So your applicant is the Sweetwater County Sheriff. And it's on approximately 0.81 acres. So this is out by the Justice Center and the Sheriff's Office, location of it. And it's 50140 US Highway 191 South in Rock Springs. Wait for that to come up. It is The zoning is actually I1, I should note, and it's within the growth management area, so it is light industrial. That's an error in the report there. Infrastructure is Fire District 1 and Rocky Mountain Power, Dominion Energy Natural Gas, and US 191 is the access. So the sheriff is responsible for abandoned vehicles with Sweetwater County, and that the location, hold on just a second. So it's going to be under the old program, the abandoned vehicles. Obviously, we're moving the location from Auto Junkies over to the sheriff's office. And it'll be in a lot with rotomill tailings out there located with it screened and fenced. And with the existing parking lot with the Justice Center complex that's out there. The screening's actually up. If you go out there, you'll actually see the actual location of the lot. So here's a map of the site and the location out there by our jail. And then here's the existing complex that's out there and the location of the lot. Up to the north there is the purchasing building. So just to kind of frame a reference, so it'll be located kind of the back of the Justice Center and right there adjacent to the jail. And pictures of the location. So again, same criteria that we went over in the previous hearing. Cannot be established within 600 feet of a church, school, or residential zone district. It is over 600 feet from a residential zone district and over 2.6 miles from the Crossroads West Park. So we meet those requirements. Applicant is required to handle hazardous waste in conformity with DEQ regulations as stated in the previous hearing. Screening, the property is surrounded by heavy industrial and ag properties within the scenic overlay, but because it is in a scenic overlay, that's why it is required to have screening and fencing. The required fencing, so the slats will be placed in every other opening in the chain link fence in order to have a 50% screening effect. No stacking of vehicles. Staff recommends that no stacking of vehicles is allowed. Again, this is going to be an impound yard, not an impound salvage and storage. Well, it'll be a storage yard, but it won't be a salvage yard, as in the previous hearing. As far as the business must be licensed with the state of Wyoming, if applicable, we recommend conditional use permit contingent upon that. Spoken with Sheriff Grossnickel, and they are not required. They are exempt from that requirement. And again, they are still termed for 2 years by our requirements, so staff recommends approval for a 2-year term. And as far as comments, the only comment that we got in was Dominion Energy, and they had no concerns. So at the April 14th, 2021 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the board voted 5-0 to approve the request with the following conditions. It's okay, that first one should be erased, Mr. Chairman. And hopefully that resolution, I'm just going to go to it. Okay, it has been removed. So the resolution that you have before you does not have condition number 1 because it's not required. So the 4 conditions are the conditional uses for a 2-year term. Applicant shall screen the impound salvage and storage yard with a 6-foot fence with either privacy or a solid fence. No stacking of vehicles is allowed, and the conditional use is limited to the storage and impound of vehicles only. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. And I did look on that resolution. As you can see on the recommendation, it was crossed out and initialed, that first one. And on your one, it should have just 4 conditions on it.
It does. Thank you very much. So let's go back. Let's go back to the recommendation. And before we open for a public hearing, I see our Sheriff, Mr. Grossnickel, has joined us. Good morning, Sheriff. How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We're good.
Good. Do you have anything else you wish to add after hearing Mr. Bingham's presentation?
No, it was pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward. Okay, so at this time, if you have nothing to add, I will ask commissioners, do you have any comments or questions for either the sheriff or Mr. Bingham? Okay, no comments or no questions. You must have, both groups must have done a great job, so I'm hearing you. So with that, I'm got to have a public hearing again, so we're going to open up the floor for a public hearing regarding recommendation of Resolution 21-04-ZO-03 for approval of a conditional use permit for an impound salvage and storage yard with the 4 conditions that were read by Mr. Bingham. Floor is open, public hearing. Public hearing. Floor is open. Anything come in? Nothing yet. Public hearing. Floor is open. Last call, public hearing. Hearing's closed. With that, Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding Resolution 21-04-ZO-03 for approval of a conditional use permit for an impound salvage and storage yard? Commissioner Toman.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve it because I don't want Sheriff Grossnickel to be missing too much of his FBI schooling right now.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Toman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, Sheriff, you're in the storage and impound business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Have a good day.
You too, and stay safe out there.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll continue to move on. Our next agenda item is county resident concerns. So I'll open up the floor for county residents' concerns, and we'll watch the email account as well as if there's anybody here that in the chamber that would like to, for county resident concerns. Our county treasurer's here. We want to welcome him. Good morning, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Good morning.
Last week, I was approached by our maintenance department about a storage room that we have, which is located directly below my office. They are currently trying to clear that room to provide additional storage for the county. And so in looking at the contents of that room, it was discovered that there are an awful lot, and I'll say dozens, if not hundreds, of these record books, which date back into the late 1800s, which are potentially abstracts of county lands, our assessment rolls, our motor vehicle rolls, things of that nature, which I believe have a great interest and a great history to the residents of Sweetwater County. So the question posed to me was, could we get rid of these? My answer was, I couldn't make that decision. It would be up to you. These records obviously belong to the citizens of the county, and county commissioners obviously represent those citizens. So in looking at those records, I felt it was appropriate to come to you today. I apologize for not getting on the agenda, but it was late last week, and I felt like it was important to get this taken care of because the state archives are going to be here the first part of April, or excuse me, the first part of May to potentially take these to Cheyenne if we don't want to keep these records. So we want to make sure that we make a decision as to what to do with this. So I wanted to bring this to your attention that we have these records, see what you felt would be the best recourse in moving forward with them. One of the things that I had thought about was it would be appropriate to talk to the county museum to see if maybe they would like these to set up an exhibit or something of that nature, or possibly we as a county would like to set that up. But as these records are currently, I'll say disorganized rather than organized, they're just haphazardly thrown into this room. And I think that's a disservice to everyone to have them set up that way. I think they're great records. If you look at the handwriting of some of the people who did this, it's remarkable. There was a lot of diligence that was put into these records, and as I say, an awful lot of history. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention and kind of ask for your guidance. Once again, if you think it's something the museum would be interested in and you would like to pursue that, I'll be glad to talk to them to see if they would like to do that. Or if you'd like to do something else with it, we can start and try and address it from that point.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, I've looked at them. They're very interesting and contain some great historical information and that type of thing. So commissioners, thoughts for Rob? Go ahead. I'll open the floor up. Commissioner Smith?
I think they're invaluable. I mean, you can't replace
Yeah.
something like that, and whatever the process is that would best be suited to preserve them, I'm all for, so whatever, whether that's here or with the state. But yeah, absolutely. I think they need to be preserved as best they can.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Shanefield?
I would be willing to bet that the museum would like to see them and, see if they can utilize them or.
Okay.
So I think that that's probably the first step. If they're not interested and don't have the space, then maybe we look at the state. That would be my opinion.
All right. Other thoughts?
I agree.
Okay, Commissioner Toman, Commissioner Lloyd?
Yeah, I think they are invaluable, and just kind of taking a brief thumb through it this morning, and as they sat here, they're pretty amazing, to be honest with you. So I think, and if the museum isn't an option, maybe we should get the building committee to look at some options of what we could do and a concept of where to move forward with something where they're stored. And I really like the concept of, where we can display some of this. I think it's a great showing of our history, and I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and I think all those are excellent ideas and need to be looked at. The one thing and that is more important than anything is that they be in a place where they can be preserved and taken care of and safe wherever they're at. Storage room in the courthouse could be a fire. Storage room at museum could be a fire. I think we owe it to the citizens of Sweetwater County, especially with this history, to make sure that these documents are in a place where they're safe, not only safe as can be, but also there's a record of them over time into the future. And it may come down to that the archives may be the best place, but I don't want to move that direction until we talk with the museum. But either way, whether it's the museum, the county, there has to be a way to protect them into the future. That's got to be a primary purpose and that type of thing. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward with these. Where's the best place, not only where they can be preserved, but there'll always be a copy of them for future generations. So very good. I think visit with the museum first.
Mr. Chairman, just from my perspective, once again, in looking at these books, I think it would be a really nice feature if we had just a small selection of them even. If we decide to send them to archives, it would be nice to have a few of the copies of each of the type of record that people could access here in the county.
Would they
As I say,
be,
they're really interesting.
would they be available to go to archives so they can make records of them and then we get some back? I don't know.
I can't answer that. I don't
No.
know. I don't know what
Just
they
a
would do with
thought
that
for
thing.
display. So, okay.
Okay, I will talk with the museum then, and we'll get back to you at your next meeting and let you know what their feeling is on it, and then we can proceed from there.
Yeah, and then I think Commissioner Lloyd, you had an idea talking with your facilities committee. and that
Yeah.
type of thing. So, and that, so maybe they, because of the safety aspect, of keeping them safe and that type of thing becomes a high priority.
So, Mr. Slaughter, if we, Treasurer Slaughter, Mr. Slaughter sounds way too formal, but, yeah, after you talk to, the library, I can meet with Gary and Gene and the gentleman when Gene get back to see if they have any recommendations, and we can kind of meet in the middle, if that's okay.
Okay, that's great. If I can just leave them here, I'll pick them up at lunchtime or something and then take them back downstairs.
Yeah, because someone during
You may
break
want to
may
look
want to
at
look at
them.
them
Yeah,
publicly.
okay, super.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time, Rob. Any other public comments come in? There's been plenty of time for stuff to come in, so anybody in the chambers, public comment? I'll close that portion of our agenda and we'll move forward into the next, and that's commissioner reports. And of course, first up will is myself with reports. First thing I'd like to do is we've got a couple thank yous. As you know, that the CARES money allowed for some opportunity to work with nonprofits and provide some money for them. And I think under the leadership of Commissioner Shanefield, as well as Ms. Marshall, the county grants manager, on such short notice, we managed to get out 2 rounds of money. And I think that total money was in the neighborhood of how many thousand, Lauren? 900? 700 something? Okay. But anyhow, it was out there and many people applied through both rounds. We did receive a couple thank yous. First thank, and I'd like to read the thank yous if it's all right for the commission. First thank you comes from the Actors Mission, and it says, Dear Chairman Wendling and Commissioners, on behalf of the Actors Mission, I want to thank you for your consideration and approval of the COVID funds designated for not-for-profit organizations. We, along with so many other groups, have experienced some trying times during 2020. We were unable to perform or conduct fundraising, yet we still needed to pay the bills. We want you to know that we really appreciate your grant. History has shown that in addition to the human needs that have been created as a result of this pandemic, our lives are definitely enriched by keeping the arts alive. We will continue to give back to the community with our live productions and the nurturing of local talent. Sincerely, Brad L. Russell, Treasurer for the Actors Mission. That was the first one. Thank you that came in. I'd like to thank Brad and the Actors Missions for that. The second one that came in comes to us from the Union Congressional Church here in Green River. And it says, Dear County Commissioners, thank you for honoring our request for COVID-19 relief grant funds. We will continue to help people in need with the replaced money. Thank you, Union Congressional Church in Green River. So I'll pass those down for you commissioners to take a look at. And I'd like to thank both of those, the church as well as Actors Missions, for those thank yous. Second of all is just want to report that the intergovernmental joint leadership meeting went well, and we established our next meeting for May 17th at 5:30 p.m. And Ms. Sally will get those invitations and the agenda out. Primarily for that date was to have a conversation with 2 cities. They'll pretty well know where their budgets are. And at that point in time, I think we'll know if there will be a commitment of where they're at or anything dealing with any of the joint services we have, whether it's joint communications, ambulance, or anything like that. So I'd like to report that. Also attended the ambulance meeting, and Commissioner Tolman was there as well. They had a good meeting. They came back to order as requested by the commissioners to keep oversight on the contract with Sweetwater Medics. Within the organization, they had several requests, but right now it's working through their organization. I won't be specific about those requests, but some of the ideas was to have additional representation, not only in the liaison area, but also in the voting area. So as they come together for their next meeting this next month, I'll have more information, pass that on. But I'd like to just let the commissioners know that at the first of the year, on the 19th of January, when the board approved our liaison appointments, part of that was the ambulance board. I would continue as the liaison because it was dissolving on March 31st. Well, it's not dissolved anymore. So commissioners, with your approval, I'll continue to be the liaison to the ambulance board. But again, too, as any of the liaisons, anybody's welcome to attend. So as I get invites for those meetings, I will forward them to everybody and let them know where those meetings are. And you're welcome to attend and listen in and see where that's headed and that type of thing. So just to share those 2 pieces of information with you. Also, one more thing. Oh, the tab end today, when we go into, it's going to be communities protecting the green, and with a move towards the cooperative agreement between us, Sweetwater County, to move and form a Sweetwater Water Users Coalition. I'm going to hand out to you again a letter that was sent to us by Richard Matthew. Richard Matthew is a member of the Communities Protecting the Green. His background for years is he served as an attorney, held on retainer for the Joint Water Board, and his office, Matthew Law Firm, after he retired, continued to represent him through his daughter Danielle. And now presently the individual who bought Matthew Law Firm is the attorney now for held on retention for the Joint Water Board. But anyhow, he did a letter that explains why the move from Communities Protecting the Green to a Sweetwater County, I got to get here, Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition Committee. And I just hand them out to you along with that coalition agreement. So on break, it would be important to read Mr. Matthews' letter so that you'll have it for that tab when we get to that item on our agenda. And then also part of that agenda, our county attorney's office, working with Mr. De Leon, have put together a notice of termination that I'll share with you when we get to tab N. But the letter is important, so please take on and read it, and it'll explain why the move from Communities Protecting the Green, which started in 2007, moving to where it's at today in 2021. I might also brings into mind that if you've been paying or watching any of the news, especially internet news, there's quite a bit of conversation regarding the Colorado River Basin, that in August they will be meeting to take a look at what the water usage will be. There's a strong thought that they may come out in January where there may be a curtailment. It's the first time in the history of Colorado River usage. And if they go into a curtailment, then that means the drought contingency plans for the 7 states, the upper Colorado states have slightly different drought contingency plans versus the states in the lower basin. But if they move into a drought contingency plan, Nevada and Arizona will get hit hard. It could be from 18 to 30% reduction of water to usage to the junior water rights, which is primarily the farmers in that area and that type of thing. So Lake Mead is expected to drop below a level of concern. Right now, there's 1.4 million cubic feet of water taken out of, that goes out of Lake Mead. More that there's, I gotta say that right. There's 1.4 million cubic feet of water that is taken out of Lake Mead than what is coming in on the top end. So over the years, it's drawn Lake Mead down quite a bit. And of course, Lake Powell is down too, which is a backup reservoir to go into Lake Mead, and then all the other reservoirs above Lake Powell are reserve reservoirs that could be called upon to send water to bring that level up. The fear in Lake Mead, as the water level drops, the hydropower that comes out of Lake Mead is affected. And if that's affected, that definitely impacts the electricity production for primary California, Nevada, and Mexico, or that area, not Mexico. So anyway, keep your eye on what's happening in the basin. The other one that's impacting the California is there's a huge water concern in the border between Oregon and Northern California, in which water is becoming very scarce there as well. So there's going to be some huge interest and be some huge actions based on the drought that is presently in its 20th year. And this year's is expected to be as severe as any year. So just a quick update, keep your eyes on that. We'll know more as we move along. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. That concludes my report. Thank you. Up next, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to say that the past 2 weeks has been more spent on budget than on ambulance, although plenty of time has been spent talking and working on the ambulance as well, but much, much more has been spent on budget. And it's been a pleasure to visit, had 17 different entities to visit with and to get to know them and their circumstances financially and otherwise, what they're doing for the community has been great. So it's broadened my horizons of knowledge and what they're doing. I'm happy to say that overall, those that I've met with have come in somewhere around $3.5 million in cuts. And so that was positive to me. And I look forward to, sharing details of that and who's cutting and who's not able to, and where that stands with the entire board when we get to that's portion of our budget talks. So if everybody else can do 3.5 million, we'll be in great shape. So I challenge all of you, go ahead and see what you can do. We'll be there. Hospital board meeting went very well, and appreciate all the work that they're doing. It was actually a nice and smooth, quick one, which went really well. So I appreciate all the time and effort that they put in. And that is my report, Mr. Chairman. You took my thanks for, you beat me to it. I thought, well, I'm going to be second. I'll get to talk about the thank you notes, but you beat me to it. So good job.
Maybe I should have let you read them.
No, you did great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Commissioner Smith? Okay, next up is Commissioner, whoops, I'm on the wrong page. Commissioner Shanefield.
Good morning.
morning.
So museum update, the museum continues to have a steady rise in their visits and their gift shop sales, including out-of-state visitors. So they're continuing to stock up in store for gearing up for tourist season. Harrison Elementary third grade class had 26 students visit the museum for a tour. They're hoping to get some more school classes in for some on-site visits this spring. This is kind of a fun one. There's a French television series, Invitation à Voyage, that covers an international travel, culture, and history that has contacted the museum, and they're going to be doing a feature, sending a television crew out to do a feature on the Great Diamond Hoax of 1872. So Dick Blust had done published an article about that hoax not too long ago on wyominghistory.org. And it's really interesting. So they're going to be doing the filming and the interviews with the staff next month sometime. So that's kind of a fun thing. The curator, Amanda, is still working on reorganizing and reshelving the archives and the new storage units. So they will be looking for some volunteers to help consolidate and rehouse some of that material in the database once they get everything organized. They're also looking forward to the potential of being connected to the county network. They're going to come talk to us today, along with Tim, to increase their security and the storage capacity that they have. They said that they won't have to reset their router 2 to 3 times a day. So I think this has been an ongoing issue that we haven't really been aware of, that they've just been dealing with. So I look forward to hearing from Dave a little bit later. They have a public engagement coordinator presented to the Rock Springs High School students in Native American Studies class. So they're working with Rock Springs and Green River schools. And Aiden's also been presenting to the students at Green River High School in the Wyoming history class on the history and the importance of the fur trade in Sweetwater County. The Historic Firearms Research Service is continuing to do a lot of work. Dick's been very busy with that. And they wanted to report that their Facebook posts received 28,700 hits from March 21st through April 17th. And their YouTube channel views for March and April have already reached 8,000. So that's exciting. They're doing a lot of good work, public outreach. The events complex, we have a meeting tonight, so I'm looking forward to that. And then SCDC, we met last Friday. They are busy working with Representative Cheney's office on the potential for some infrastructure funds coming from the federal government, looking at the potential for water to the Middle Baxter Road project, which is the biggest hurdle that we've had for that project the entire time. So that's very exciting. Eric and Kayla are working very closely and getting the I's dotted and the T's crossed so that when that money hopefully comes available, we are well in line with that. We also met with Roy and Gary to review a few items for HR and trying to stay on top of everything. So that is my report.
Thank you. Questions for Commissioner Shanefield? Thank you, Commissioners. Up next, Commissioner Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Wendling. I do want to share, I've also been meeting with people with budgets, and Jeff and I share an organization that made significant cuts. So part of what he got, I also have in my totals. I want to make sure there's an equal opportunity there. But with that, a couple things. And first want to give some community shout outs like I always try. I wasn't able to make it last week due to being out of town, but my understanding is Rock Springs High School put on their annual musical Little Shop of Horrors. I heard it was amazing and great. And the week before, I was able to go watch Greenriver High School's musical Cinderella. And I just think it's great to see the kids out doing some great things and moving forward with some positive stuff. And I like to recognize those guys when we see those things out there. A couple liaisons. Last night I met with a board meeting. Couple highlights I think that are interesting to bring up from that meeting. The Children's Discovery Center at the Rock Springs Library had 386 visitors in March. And since it is opened, and remember, it is kind of on a limited reservation basis with limited numbers, they've actually had 1,166 visitors at the Children's Discovery Center, which is pretty amazing. And there was a great group of volunteers and donors that will be recognized later in the next few months for the great work they put forward into making that happen. A couple other interesting things I think with the library is since they can't do a lot of in-house activities, they've gone to what they call grab and go packs, and 2,354 of those kits were handed out in the month of March. And over 1,400 patrons viewed the library's online programs this month. So as you know, lots going on at the library, and I think that's some good stuff to see. Also, the library did have a concern brought to them by a community member, and the board has met with those folks and worked through that concern. So that was good work on that library's part. Star, we are going to be reviewing this month, and we met last week, but we'll be reviewing this month some RFPs that have come in regarding looking at changing our route system from a fixed route to more of a combination with more door-to-door options, because during COVID, they've seen that's become more effective. So they are working with that system, and they're continuing. And what they're seeing right now is with the advent of good weather, the ridership numbers are definitely going up at this point.
Good weather. What? Where?
What was
Where's the
that?
Good weather.
Yeah, weather.
Where's the weather good?
I don't. They must not have been talking about yesterday.
Okay.
But there has been, before our meeting last week, it would have been really nice, Jeff. So
True.
I guess it was the curse of having that conversation there that turned the weather.
It's your fault.
When no one knocked on wood. So I have a joint telecom meeting next week on Monday. Conservation District, they are working on their move, which will be getting to Golden Hour Senior Center's wing there at Roosevelt. And that will happen in early May. And next week, on the 27th, we have the Bitter Creek Watershed Advisory Group meeting at White Mountain Library from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Grants had a couple opportunities to meet with Christina over the last couple of weeks, but Mary and I were able to meet with Christina about her budget, which is the only budget that we give money and we get more money back from. So Christina gets kudos for figuring out how to make that happen. And then we also spent some time looking at other grants that she's currently looking on, and had some real specific discussions to the second advent to the CARES Act money we will be getting at the county. And as she starts to disseminate, going through and figuring out what's going to qualify and how to qualify with the money that will be given. As far as HR goes, um, Lauren mentioned already that Gary and that we met with Gary over some issues and had some discussions with him and just were updated. But also we will be meeting with him tomorrow to have the final look at his budget prior to going into budget session. Gene is out and enjoying some time away and hopefully not answering his phone very much, but we'll see. But a couple of things from Gene's report. Buildings, crews have been working on their second quarter preventative maintenance tasks. Engineering, the detention center grinder pump project was put out to bid last Thursday. And the fiscal year 21 asphalt overlay project will start its advertising to bid this Thursday. And we also received the CMAQ paperwork from YDOT last week, and we will present it to the Board of County Commissioners at our next meeting. Road and Bridge replaced the at-grade crossing on County Road number 42, Reliance Road. They ended up raising the track grade so that we had a smoother transition across our road. The asphalt patching at the end of the concrete panels will happen in the next couple of weeks once the hot plants start up for the year. And currently crews are replacing 36-inch culvert in County Road number 48, Salt Wells Road, with a larger 60-inch culvert. This replacement has been needed for a while, and with the nice weather, Jeff, nice weather, we are able to get it scheduled. So that's Gene's report. Strategic planning, we don't have one today, but we are currently working on a couple projects, which include surveys for community and staff members, and about giving input regarding to strategic planning, and then finalizing our philosophy and task-driven to-do list. With that being said, I think one of the greatest events, and I see Marty's on the part of the meeting, and Tim's in here, so they can help me out as I talk about this if needed. But I was really excited that our capital projects committee met last Thursday, and the concept was to we had asked all the entities from county core governments and component governments to give what they thought their fiscal bigger capital projects would be to be done over the next 5 years. And we started looking at this year's projects and next year's projects and actually rank them with recommendations from 1 to 16. I will send you all a copy of our recommendations that we've come through. But with that, there came a few questions from the group specifically to budgeting. And that is within our capital projects, and you'll see a significant cut across the board in the capital projects. Would we like people to put their capital projects in their own budget? Or would we like them for the computers specifically, have Tim just do all the computer purchases under his budget? So we have three options. Let me start again. We have three options. Number one, we can have everyone put those submitted projects to the capital committee in their own budget. We can have them put their submitted projects to the capital committee in specifically Gene's budget for capital construction, but for computers and Tim's budget. And then thirdly, which I think was what our group recommendation was, just fund the capital projects as a whole within the committee's recommendations. And what the committee's done is we have a total amount with projects 1 through 16. And if the commission says, man, we can only do 60% of that, we would do the top 60%, and the next ones would move road down to next year's project list. If they felt they could, if the commission could fund all of those projects, we would fund 1 through 16. And I think it really works well because we've actually even started looking at the projected projects for next year and have them ranked. And so what we have is a fluid list of what major capital projects are going to be coming in the next 5 years. And we know it's a fluid list. Something could happen tomorrow and we may be forced to move something up to the top of the list that wasn't even in a thought process at that point. But I think it's a great process and it allows us to have a little bit of controls. And I also think it's really great that we had the group of 5 be able to sit and really talk. And we met for over a couple of hours really discussing, man, these are all great projects in their own way, but what is the level of importance, health and safety wise, preventive maintenance way. So would like to get all the commissioners' feelings, but our recommendation and my recommendation would be just to have us to do those major capital projects as a whole, rather than having them brought in by individuals. Does that make sense? Any questions? Tim, is that a fair representation? Okay. Marty, who's up there too, so she can disagree if she wants.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Yeah.
So if I heard you correctly, we'd like some input from the commissioners regarding
Yeah.
those three options.
Yeah, and I don't think as much as I would. I know the directors would like that because their budgets are due Friday, and so it could greatly affect their budget. So
All right,
yes,
and you do have a recommendation from the facilities committee, right?
yeah, our recommendation was that any of the projects submitted to Gene not come in on the individual individual department or elected officials or component agencies budget, that they would come in on the capital budget based upon that committee.
Okay. All right. Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead. Would you come up and introduce yourself, Mr. Knight?
Yeah, I'm Tim Knight. I'm the IT director. So one thing we do need to consider is I don't know that anybody's talked to Bonnie yet about setting aside a specific line item in the budget for capital. So we probably need to have that conversation. So if we do decide to go that way, I do think we need to include her in that conversation. So just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you very much.
And Chairman Wendling.
Yes, Commissioner Lloyd.
My thought was to do that as soon as we made that decision, was to bring her in. And then the other thing I think this does, it provides some controls, like, with the way we've got the plan set, Tim will have X amount of dollars every year for computer replacements. So we can try to get on a more regular schedule in the departments where we're recognizing, hey, this department's going to have to turn over 5 computers every year. We had a number, was it like 80 computers a year or something, Tim, or that we wanted to turn over. So this way we can get on a regular cycle and have it be a kind of a set plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioners, your thoughts? Go with the recommendation or one of the other options? Recommendation. Commissioner Tolman, recommendation. Commissioner Lloyd, of course, recommendation. You're part of the group. I'd like to just make comment is without a doubt, we'll go with the recommendation. I think our employees are hired to do a job. They're hired to not make our decisions for us, but to provide the information and also to make the recommendations of what's best. And they've done that. And I would very much support their recommendation because I believe they're doing the right work. So with that, I think you're here a consensus of supporting their recommendation, Mr. Lloyd. Comments, Commissioner Tolman?
Yeah, I think it's still important, though, in the budget message from each of the entities that they indicate how much they're asking for from the capital budget, just so they can't say, well, I had a 30% savings, but yet that whole 30% went over into the capital budget. I think we need to be able to keep track of what's happening with the money.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, yeah, it's still capital in their budget and it's still part of their budget. Just because it's been moved out of their budgets to a capital account does not mean that their budget's been reduced by that much. Absolutely not. That's still part of their total dollar value that's in their budget. So that needs to be, I agree with you. Very good point. Okay, Commissioner Lloyd, you.
All right. Well, thank you for the guidance there. And I have to be honest, I was really excited to sit in that meeting because it actually shows some progress we've made with the strategic planning. And I know there's been a couple other definite boons. In my opinion, the increased communication is created between elected officials and department heads and even us as a whole. So I'm really excited to see that process actually showing some actually true benefits and actual outcomes rather than being a meeting that we just talk and you don't see an outcome. We actually have outcomes that we've seen. And I think that's exciting to see that happen in that process. Lastly, just want to thank Eric and the Planning and Zoning Committee and his department, because whenever we do his stuff, it's just so well put out. When you come into the meeting, you know exactly what it is. And I think it really helps. And I think it shows you how well we're running in that department and area. And lastly, just want to share that I'm excited to see the announcements about the fair, whether I love all the concerts or I don't love all the concerts, because it would be my choice, we'd have 5 80s hair metal bands, but but that's just me, but it's exciting. But I won't put on Facebook that's my opinion, but it's just exciting to see it. And more importantly, I think it's exciting to see the reaction from the community, to see the event coming back and having people excited about what's going on. And I just think it's going to set up what should be a great summer here in Sweetwater County. So I want to thank the events complex for doing that. And my kids are much more excited about the auction and fair this year because there will be actually something to do while they're out there. So that ends my report.
Okay, any questions for Commissioner Lloyd? You'll follow up with Ms. Berry
Yes.
regarding that? Very good, thank you. All right, good report. Up next, Commissioner Toman.
I'm wearing red today because I want to commemorate it as our Federal Partners Day. We're looking forward to hearing from all of our federal partners at 10:30 today. So that's why I look like a flag today. As one of the largest counties in the United States with over 7 million acres and 70% public lands, it matters what happens in our county, not just for us and our people, but for the nation. Our natural resources are valuable and needed. What are we doing as a county to defend what we have while looking for other sources of revenue? So I would like to ask the commission for a special work session to address our response to the administration's actions regarding our natural resources. We need to support the governor, our congressional delegation, and our state legislators in their actions. If not, other voices will prevail. So as part of our strategic plan, Roy, I mean, what is our strategy? How are we going to survive all of this other than just sit here and accept the cuts that are going to be inevitable? Our daily actions as a commission are important, but we must not take our eyes off the big goal. Our economy, our people, and what we have to offer the world in terms of trona, coal, oil, and gas, and now the rare earth minerals to support the batteries for the green energy. I have talked to, I've reached out to Mr. DeLeon and Mr. Aaron Mosby. They're willing to sit down with us in a special session to discuss what kinds of options we might have. Is it a resolution? Is it letter writing? I'm getting requests from other states, other counties. Can you sign on to protest the fracking denials? Can you sign on to support the governor for our 30 by 30? And we are already 70% federal and public in this county, 50% in this state. 30 by 30 in 2030 means that this administration wants to lock up, totally preserve 30% of the water and land in this country and go to 50% by 2050. Guess what that means? The eastern states don't have any land to offer up. So are we going to just take more of our land and make it into preserves that we will have no local control over? So I am just literally having nightmares thinking about what our future holds, because it is more serious than any of us can believe. And if we don't start standing up and defending it, I mean, are we just going to roll over and accept it? I hope not. So I'm asking each of you as fellow commissioners, are you willing to do a special work session to talk about some options that we can stand up and proclaim what we want to defend, what we believe in, what we think is important for our county, for our state, for our nation? So it'll be interesting and fun to hear from our federal partners. I know a lot of them are as frustrated as we are because the decisions have been taken out of their hands and out of the local people's hands. So I just say, please help. Okay, moving on to the day-to-day actions, which I don't want to get us sidelined on. It's important. We have to do those day-to-day actions too, but we've got to keep our eye on the big goal. If we don't, we're lost forever. Liaison to the airport board. Thanks, Jeff, for giving me the most exciting board. There's just it's the most exciting assignment I have as a new commissioner. So I have to tell you, thank you, Jeff, for letting me have that one. $18.5 million terminal project. They'll break ground in June. Hopefully have that done by the end of the year, and at a cost of less than 1.3 million in local funds. That's phenomenal. And you talked about cutting budgets. I'm more into looking into finding more income. The airport, they just rented out a hangar for $250,000 for a quarter. The sheriff, if they get COVID controlled, he can provide beds for neighboring inmates for $500,000. So we have other options for bringing income in. Christina, 1.1 million in grants that she has been bringing in. And with the new rescue plan, you know, maybe 8.5 million. So that's exciting. Our WCCA banquet will be held at the airport in the hangar on May 20th. So That will be another opportunity for this, to showcase to the state our airport. So that's pretty cool. And thanks, Candy. I think you're going to provide chairs and tables for us so we don't have to sit on the floor and eat. Attended the federal agency update meeting with Commissioner Wendling. The first Wednesday of every month we meet with the chamber and the federal agencies. Most of the BLM actions are still being held up, still being delayed, and Grand Junction is the headquarters for BLM had been moved to Grand Junction. The actions still are passing through the headquarters, but it is now in Grand Junction, but it doesn't seem to help as far as making the action happen any faster. It's affecting a lot of our industries, and I think our citizens and our industries in this county need to be telling us as commissioners, what are the impacts if you lose your job at the coal plant? What are the impacts if you don't have a job in the oil and gas field? And I have a nephew that works for Union. They can't even get permissions to run a communications line. It's ridiculous. We have got to get past this. And a lot of comments are being sent to the administration supporting what they are doing, but the rest of us are sort of sitting on the sidelines quietly. We're not telling our story. We're not telling of the impacts. And Cynthia Lamas, I reached out and called her office. She's calling for a ban on the strike on the heart of Wyoming jobs, families, and communities. It is serious. We've got to start screaming and yelling. At least we've got to be heard, even if we can't change it. I can't stress that enough. Attended the ambulance board meeting because I decided that maybe it wasn't fair to expect one commissioner to carry the load of all of the ambulance decisions, Jeff. So I thought I should get in there and I better figure out what all of these other entities do as well. It was very informative meeting, as Doc pointed out. And I think if we can restructure that group and approve a new MOU or contract or whatever you want to call it with them to give them a broader purpose to help guide us and to include all of the affected parties who might be able to give us long-term, short-term, and intermediate-term solutions to our ambulance board situation. Been attending the budget or doing the budget reviews, the one-on-one, and they are very enlightening, very exciting to dig in and really start learning about the different entities. The Sheriff's Department is down 4 staff members, but they do have the possibility of bringing in additional income with the inmate housing program. Met with the coroner, met with the respite care that is totally, they're one entity that could maybe go away as we make budget cuts, but they're the only entity that is reaching people who are not getting any other kind of home care. YWCA, I met with them, they are the only entity, again, dealing with the domestic violence. So that's important. Met with UW Extension, again, the reaching out to the youth and the growth with the youth in the county. Met with grants with Christina and Roy, and the fact that she can bring over 1.1 million in with a $282,000 match. That's what we have to focus on, is what the money is being brought in, not asking her to cut her budget, because with the cut budget, she can't match the grants. Several Zoom calls with the Wyoming County Commission Association on America restructuring bill and on COVID. Was on a Zoom call with Representative Cheney with the Chambers of Commerce in Wyoming. 3 messages. We have to defend our election integrity. We have to promote free enterprise system and not socialism. It's easy to accept the handouts of money, but what's happening to our country? We must pay attention to the supply chains out of China, pharmaceuticals, uranium, rare earths. Keep our eye on that. And on business taxation and regulation issues. So those are her focus areas. Lummis has formed a special committee to set up a 10-year plan to try to get the nation's budget back under control. I don't know how you can ever make up trillions of dollars, but she has asked for a committee to start to, a bipartisan committee to start to address the budget issues over the next 10 years. So again, I just would like to ask for a special workshop on what's happening with our federal issues. And we'll be looking forward to hearing from our federal partners today. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to a special workshop, I think we'll have to look at our calendars and see what
I
can,
know it's really busy. Yes, I
yeah,
know
see
that.
what can work in that type of thing.
But it also is dependent on Mr. Mosby if he's going to
Well,
have to
and-
intervene on some of the governor's lawsuits.
Yeah, and also it'd be interesting to know what CLG is doing because we pay them an enormous amount of money in that arena to look at that, as well as I think we have to incorporate what WCCA may be doing at the state level to support the governor, but not mess up what he's trying to do.
Right.
So we got to be
Yeah.
careful there as well.
Yes.
So I agree with you. So let's take a look at our calendars, not at this moment, but here, maybe we can before we leave today and look as we can have a special meeting and we'll set that up and at your bequest. And I will look to you to facilitate that meeting.
Yes, I'm going to meet with Mr. De Leon, but I
Yeah.
think we need to start with Mr. Mosby's calendar. I mean, he has trials. I think it's important that he be here in a session that deals with these federal
Agreed.
issues.
Agreed.
So,
So,
Thank you.
okay, no,
Mhm.
you're welcome. Thank you. Good report. Any questions for Commissioner Toman? Very good. Thank you, Commissioners. All good reports. The one thing that I forgot to mention is for that May 17th meeting for the Sweetwater County Joint Leadership Group, one of the things that came up at our last meeting was the exploration of insurance, which is probably health insurance. So that was brought up. So I will visit with Mr. McLean. And go ahead, Roy.
Mr. Chairman, you actually gave me that duty to follow up with them on that.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So if you want to take it, you're more than welcome.
No,
If
no,
not,
I
I'll roll
just,
with it.
I forgot.
Okay. No, you're
I had
okay.
a senior moment.
No, it's
All
okay.
right, thank you.
I have them too. So.
And my thought might be is visit with him and we might have him at that meeting.
Okay.
If you think it's appropriate. All right, thank you. All right, with that, that concludes this part of the comments and reports. We start out with our action presentation items. Commissioners, let's pull through if you think you can. And we'll take a break right before the government group unless you need one sooner. You need one sooner, Lauren?
No, I'm good.
Okay, very good.
Mr.
So,
Chairman,
yes,
I would probably ask you to consider taking a break before tab D.
tab E,
Tab D.
D, okay. All right. Very good. We will do tab C and then we'll take a break. Okay? Thank you. All right, so our first action item before we take a break is repayment of Social Security. And to present that is Ms. Bonnie Berry. Morning, Bonnie.
Good morning, Chairman and
Welcome.
Commissioners. Thank you. I am here to present the repayment of the deferral of the Social Security taxes. Just to remind you, on August 8th of 2020, the President of the United States issued a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of the Treasury to use his authority to defer the withholding deposit and payment of the employees portion of the Social Security taxes. And that was to be done from September 1st of 2020 through December 31st of 2020. And he also directed the Secretary of the Treasury to explore avenues to eliminate the obligation to pay the deferred Social Security taxes, which would essentially forgive the taxes. So on August 28th of 2020, the Secretary of the Treasury issued some guidance on that President's directive. And at that point, the instruction was that it would be repaid from January 1st of 2021 to April 30th of 2021. On September 2nd, the county deferred the Social Security taxes pursuant to the presidential memorandum on the payroll checks. And then on September 15th at the Board of County Commissioners meeting, a motion carried to not implement the directive made by the president on the Social Security tax deferral. So the Social Security taxes were not deferred the rest of the year. They were just deferred on that one paycheck, the September 2nd paycheck of 2020. Later in the year, on December 27th, 2020, the COVID-related Tax Relief Act of 2020 extended the due date for employers to withhold and pay the employee share of Social Security tax until the period beginning January 1st of 2021 and ending on December 31st of 2021. And to date, the deferred Social Security taxes have not been forgiven. And if they are not forgiven between now and September 2nd of 2021, the clerk's office would like to withhold the deferred Social Security taxes on the September 2nd, 2021 paycheck, which would be the time for August, which is paid September 2nd. So the clerk's office would like the commission to consider making a motion to direct the clerk's office to withhold the deferred payroll taxes on the September 2nd, 2021 paychecks if the Secretary of the Treasury does not eliminate the obligation to pay the deferred Social Security taxes.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners, for Ms. Berry?
When will you know what the president's doing with it?
As of now, it's still a deferral. It's not forgiven. So we will just wait and see. And the longer it goes without it being forgiven, I think the less chance there is that it will be forgiven.
Good point. Ms. Berry, we're only talking 1 month, right?
1 month. Yes.
Okay, very good. So maybe we acted correctly and stopped it as soon as we did.
I
All right.
don't think it's a bad thing that it
No.
was done.
I don't either. I agree with you, but
It's an interest-free loan, even if it is a deferral. I mean, it would have been fabulous if it was a forgiven, but even
you
a
always
deferral,
find-
it's an interest-free
You
loan.
always find a silver lining. I appreciate that. It's good. No, you're right. It is an interest-free loan. Glad you pointed that out. So, all right. Any questions? Commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Smith?
I move that we direct the county clerk to withhold the deferred Social Security withholdings from the September 2nd payroll of 2021, as long as the Secretary of the Treasury does not forgive that money.
Very well said. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lloyd?
I think it's important, and I think this is part of the clerk's plan, that we make sure that information is disseminated to all staff so they're prepared and know that that could happen in September.
Very good. Good point. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for presenting that, Bonnie. All right, with that, we will now take a break. 10 minutes? Okay, 10-minute break. We'll be back here at, let's just say shortly after 5 after 10. Thank you. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. We'll continue on with our next items of business, but before we go on, I do have to request that we have a emergency item to add to executive session. And I'd ask the commissioners for a motion to approve adding litigation to our executive session when we meet.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Shanefield to add litigation to our executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh,
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Then with that, our next item of business is tab D. It's a retention of a property assessment appeal hearing officer. At this point in time, we've been notified that the appeal officer that we were going to approve is no longer available. So I would entertain a motion to postpone item or tab D, which is retention of a property assessment appeal hearing officer.
So
oh,
moved.
oh,
Got a motion by Commissioner Toman to postpone the retention of a property assessment appeal hearing officer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Moving on. Next up is we have a approval and chairman to sign the 2021 Wildland Fire Management Annual Operating Plan. And here to present that to us is our fire warden, Mr. Bornasian, Warden Bornasian, Chief Bornasian. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. It's a beautiful day in Sweetwater County this morning. Winter will not let up. What I bring before you today is an annual event. We do this every spring. The annual operating plan is a wildland firefighting operating agreement. Using the master template from our federal partners, managed by the state of Wyoming's Wyoming State Forestry Division, working through all of the counties within the state, and then the agencies and departments within the counties. Basically, it's an agreement that we sign on to each year that we agree to each other's abilities. We agree to train to the national standard. We agree to billing processes, periods of reciprocity, standards of fire suppression on federal lands, and any specific local agreements are addressed in this document. It's every year it goes through somewhat of a minor edit. Usually it's keeping up with current language changes in the wildland firefighting arena, or name changes with agencies or departments. So that is what I have before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Bornasian. Commissioners, any questions?
As long as you're adequately reimbursed for all your cooperation in all these fires, I know you are.
Yes, ma'am. We are reimbursed in more ways than just financial, I can assure you.
Thank you. Any other comments, commissioners, questions? I got a question. Mr. De Leon, did you get an opportunity to review?
I did.
Yeah.
The yearly agreement ends on December 31st, which I think are interesting timeframes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, with no further questions, what's your pleasure in authorizing the chairman to sign?
I will so move.
We got a motion by Commissioner Toman to motion to approve and authorize chairman to sign the 2021 Wildland Fire Management Annual Operating Plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. You got your agreement, Mike.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
I know it. All right, next up will be the approval of the fiscal year 2021 State Fire Assistance Grant Agreement. And here to present that is Ms. Marshall, our grants manager, as well as I believe Mr. Bornasian is with you again. So Ms. Marshall, if you'd come up first and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Christina Marshall with Sweetwater County. How are you, Commission?
Wonderful. How are you?
Okay, great. I will be going through the next 5 agenda items just to let you know. So let's get going. Okay, this first item, as the chairman mentioned, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, is the approval of the fiscal year 2020 State Fire Assistance Grant Agreement. So Sweetwater County was awarded the SFA grant in the amount of $5,000 from the Wyoming Office of State Lands Forestry Division. This project requires no cash match and must be completed by July 1st, 2022. So the purpose of this funding is to provide assistance for fire management activities and actually enables the state and local fire protection organizations to be effective first responders in all types of disasters. The county fire department will use the funding to purchase firefighting foam for suppression of wildland fires in Sweetwater County and across the state of Wyoming when requested. So the total budget for this project is $5,000. I wanted to note two items. This project aligns with the statutory duties of the fire warden. And then second, this fire fighting foam was not included in the department budget of the fire warden. And a couple other things in the contract, if you look on page 2, you may be seeing a lot of this language in all the federal grants. So at the top of page 2, it says act in accordance with the uniform administration or administrative requirements, cost principles and audit requirements and federal awards, 2 CFR Part 200. I just want to remind the commission that's why there is so much work behind all the federal funding we receive. You mentioned the charitable relief funding has the same requirements. Second, I just want to point out that under D on that same page 2, it says you have to establish separate accounting records. That's to be in compliance as well. That's why we have centralized grants as well as project accounting through Munis. So, but the real person doing all the work is Mike Bernasian, our fire warden. So Mike, would you like to add anything about this project?
Chief Bortnazin, anything to add? About the project?
I would just like to iterate that this grant is only given to a single entity within each county. And so as a county fire warden, it's important to me that we use it in a way that benefits all the smaller departments that help us in our wildland efforts. And so this firefighting foam buys us about 40 jugs, 5-gallon jugs of foam. And we keep it cash on each end of the county plus at our station. So it plays a key role in making our water supply, which is very limited, much more effective. So we go through at least 30, maybe 40, sometimes 60 jugs of foam a season. So it plays a big role for all the departments across the county in our efforts, especially specifically the smaller ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Anything else, Christina?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Commissioners, any questions for either Ms. Marshall or Chief Bornasian? No questions. Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding the approval of the fiscal year 2021 State Fire Assistance Grant Agreement and authorizing chairman to sign?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield,
I make a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the fiscal year 2021 State Fire Assistance Grant Agreement as presented.
okay, we have a motion to approve and authorize chairman to sign. Is there a second?
I'll second because
Second
phone's
by,
important.
yes. Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion, commissioners? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Next up is tab G. It's approval of the fiscal year 2021 congestion mitigation and air quality grant agreement. And Ms. Marshall, you're up again.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Sweetwater County was awarded a CMAQ grant agreement from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. This project requires a 20% cash match and must be completed by December 31st, 2023. So the purpose of this funding is to alleviate air quality issues created by energy development and other industrial activity in the vicinity. The Sweetwater County Public Works Department will use it to apply magnesium chloride, a dust suppressant, to numerous county roads. This will actually create a better quality road surface and also improve safety issues associated with the fugitive dust from the roadway. So the total project budget is $437,935. The county is being awarded a grant in the amount of $349,916, requiring a match of $87,479. This will cover 107 miles of magnesium chloride roads. So a couple notes. Unfortunately, our Public Works Director who's implementing this project could not be here today, but because time is of the essence, we wanted to try to present this today. This project was awarded in full, and the match was included in the 2021, the current year grants project budget. But however, because it was delayed at the state level, it will not be completed this fiscal year. So the majority of that cash match will actually be donated to your cash carryover and have to be rebudgeted next year. And I actually discussed this with Commissioners Tolman and Lloyd last night. In your packet, I thought you'd be interested in seeing all the roads. So there is a list of all the different roads in your packet. Also, you have, because I know some of you like cartoons and color, there is a nice big map, and all the little yellow lines are where it will be applied.
I'm looking right at it. It's awesome.
That is courtesy of our Public Works Director.
Perfect.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm happy to try to answer any questions, but the real project is being implemented by our Public Works Director.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Commissioners, any questions regarding this project? Commissioner Shanefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christina, do you know what this compares to? Is this the same amount exactly as last year's?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shanefield, this is actually more. Last year, we were awarded less, and actually for next year's budget, I am budgeting for the same amount for the next round.
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? Just one for me. It's yearly an 80-20 match, is it correct, or does the match change?
Mr. Chairman, it is a requirement of YDOT, the 20% match.
Okay. And that's been consistent over the years.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Commissioners, what's your pleasure regarding the fiscal year 2021 CMAQ grant agreement and authorizing the chairman to sign?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd?
I'd so move.
Have a motion by Commissioner Lloyd to approve and authorize the chairman to sign. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, I believe it was Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? You're pretty slow on the draw, Coach.
I'm mesmerized by the colors.
Okay, I get it. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. Up next is tab H, approval to sponsor the 2020 TANF CPI grant applications. Ms. Marshall, you're up again.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you may recall this TANF grant. It's an opportunity that the county has every year to apply for TANF CPI funding through the Wyoming Department of Family Services. I just want to note, local agencies cannot apply for this funding. It has to be sponsored by a government entity. So in this TANF CPI funding, there is no required cash match. And if approved, it would be passed through to local agencies to carry out the projects. But again, it's part of our budget and audit. So the grant funding is designed to help needy families with children at 185% of the federal poverty level. Projects must address at least one of 4 purpose areas. I would like to read those. Provide assistance so that children can be cared in their own homes. Second, reduce the dependency of needy parents by promoting job preparation, work, and marriage. 3, prevent and reduce the incidence of out-of-wedlock pregnancies. And 4, encourage the formation of maintenance of two-parent families. So I placed a public notice requesting proposals. It was advertised on March 25th and also placed on the county's website. A total of 3 applications were received by the deadline. Those 3 are first Climb Wyoming, who's proposing to train and place single mothers in careers that successfully support their families and move them towards self-sufficiency, and also provide ongoing case management. Now, at the time of the deadline, they had submitted a request for $75,000. On Friday, they actually mentioned to me that they could anticipate a shortfall because this is so far out. So they're actually requesting to increase that 75,000 to 95,000. Second, the second proposal is from Greater Wyoming Big Brothers Big Sisters. They are proposing to provide mentoring and case management to at-risk youth, as well as provide quarterly family engagement activities to families if possible. They're requesting $12,000. And then finally, Sweetwater Family Resource Center is proposing to provide basic, I need my glasses, I'm sorry, to provide assistance for basic needs, rent, and utilities. They're requesting $25,000. Now, after review of all these proposals, I wanted to point out that traditionally in the past, Sweetwater County has been awarded back approximately between $90,000 and $95,000. Also, I have noted that in the Sweetwater Family Resource Center's application, their proposal deals with a lot of the pandemic. And so that dealing with emergency housing and so forth, I talked to the state about this. They actually anticipate having TANF CPI COVID funding that might be better suited for them. I do want to point out that I have invited all 3 agencies today here in case you had questions for them, in case you want to know more about their programs. So with that, keep in mind, Climb Wyoming is asking for $95,000, Greater Wyoming Big Brothers Big Sisters $12,000, and Sweetwater Family Resource Center $25,000. Would you like to do you have any questions for the agencies?
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Marshall or the agencies? Go ahead, Commissioner Shanefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christina, have these 3 programs specifically requested TANF funds in the past through us?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shanefield, yes, they have.
All 3 have?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
There are no new proposals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the Big Brothers Big Sisters forfeiture funds and then the numerous budget requests?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Smith, again, Sweetwater County's responsible for compliance and performance. Big Brothers and Big Sisters has had some turnover and staff in their local office, also with COVID. But even before that, they did require several budget amendments with the oversight of their program. So we got those approved, but the state actually indicated to me sometimes that indicates a greater shift in management. So does that answer your question, or do you want them to address?
That sounds pretty good.
Okay, other questions either for Christina or for any of the entities requesting the money?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lloyd?
I have a couple of questions for Ms. Marshall.
Go ahead.
Here it says the proposal from Sweetwater Family Resource Center may not qualify for this funding because it emphasizes preventing homelessness and emergency shelter, especially as a response to the pandemic. So what level of possibility is if we submitted this, they wouldn't get it because of and not qualifying?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lloyd, the Department of Family Services is looking at the local level to sift through quality applications. So it may not be the best match considering there's other funding for emergency shelter and rent assistance.
And I know recently we talked about some other monies that came through for case management for this. And I know that you and I had a conversation and you had actually shared that they could actually qualify for that without us sponsoring them. Am I correct? So they might be getting funds through that direction, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Smith, that is correct. That's number 5 of my 5 items today. And, but as a note, that is not for emergency rent assistance.
Okay, that's more for case management.
Mhm.
Other
Or it's a tool to get to the rent assistance.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Tillman.
Not a question, but could you give your recommendation based on your discussion with us yesterday as to what to fund?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would actually recommend submitting the 2 proposals from Climb, Wyoming and Big Brothers Big Sisters.
And adding an additional 20,000 to Climb, Wyoming?
That is correct.
I would make a motion if we're ready.
Okay, just a minute. So review that one more time.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, to make a recommendation to sponsor proposals from Climb, Wyoming or Climb, Wyoming for $95,000, and second for Greater Wyoming Big Brothers Big Sisters for $12,000, and that would be a total of $107,000.
Subject to what you get from the state.
That is correct, and it will go before you.
Okay.
Okay. With that, I believe I heard a motion by Commissioner Tolman to approve the application and authorize chairman to sign with 95,000 to Climb, Wyoming and 12,000 to Big Brother Big Sister. Is that correct, Commissioner Tolman?
Yeah.
So that's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Wendling, I'd like to see if Ms. Tolman would consider changing her motion and let's utilize the money that's available and still give $5,000 to Sweetwater County Resource Center. So our full total would be back to 112.
So are you requesting to amend the motion to?
Well, I'd like to
reflect-
have Ms. Tolman consider amending that thought, yes.
Well, let me share with you, you have the right
Oh.
to make that amended motion. And if it gets a second, we'll vote on it.
Okay.
And that type of thing. And then we go back to the original motion, which would include that if it gets passed. So Commissioner Lloyd, are you amending the motion
Yes, I'd like to make that motion and amend that.
to that 5,000?
Yeah, to add $5,000 to Sweetwater Family Resource Center.
And that takes care of the 112,000 as applied for. Okay, we have a motion to amend the original motion to include $5,000 for the,
I would second, I would second it as long as you keep those 3 priorities. When you get the final money, if you don't have 112, first, second, and third priority, Climb, Big Brothers, Sisters, and
okay,
then.
let's back up for a minute. I think that would be another amendment. So
Oh,
let's
dear.
deal with the First Amendment first.
Okay.
So we have a motion to approve 5,000 for the, I got to look here again. Sweetwater Family Resource Center moves it up to 112,000. And we have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now, Commissioner
of order.
Tolman.
Okay, I would like to make another motion, amended,
Very good.
to prioritize the funding. If the full amount of funding doesn't come in, that it first goes to Wyoming Climb, then to Big Brothers and Sisters, and then the Resource Center.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, actually, I will go back on the agenda to present that to you.
So we don't need to do that amendment.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So you're,
I withdraw my amendment.
thank you. All right. So where are we at? We're back to the original motion. All right. Original motion.
You're the one that messed it
We
up.
got to
You
have a
had it all
motion
figured
to
out.
approve. We have motion second, okay, and all those in favor?
Well, any discussion?
Any discussion? Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
So is the 112 our number or is that the number from the grant?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Smith, that is the total proposal request,
Okay.
not the grant award request. We are submitting a request.
All right. So we're not really trying to use money that's earmarked for us, or the 112. We're just applying for it. And
Commissioner Smith, if you want to add $1 million, I can add that too.
not really. Okay. I was just
They don't
confused.
have to adjust their audit.
I was just confused with Roy's, the way it was worded, to make sure that we use the money that's there. And so I'm just
Correct.
clarifying that it's not really there yet. We're just requesting.
You are absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. All right, moving on. Our next item up is the portable corral project. And Ms. Marshall, you're up.
Okay, hopefully this will be easier, but maybe not. So
We try to make it difficult.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Sweetwater County was previously awarded $15,880 in federal Homeland Security grant funding from the Office of Homeland Security, which must be expended by August 31st, 2022. To refresh your memory, the purpose of this funding is to improve Sweetwater County's ability to support agricultural emergencies and livestock response associated with vulnerabilities of biological risks. The project consists of purchasing a portable corral so that the county can participate in a strategic network of portable corrals and inspection chutes across Wyoming that can be deployed to most locations within 90 miles. So Sweetwater County Purchasing has been working on this with the Sheriff's Office. They obtained several quotes for the project that has resulted in, unfortunately, a funding shortfall. The purpose of this agenda item is to request to obtain direction regarding how to proceed. So I've provided in your packet a summary of the quotes that purchasing has provided. The Sheriff's Office would like to proceed with the number one, the least amount of money. And I would like to mention Lieutenant Joe Tomich could not be here today because of an important conflict. So he asked me to step in. The Sheriff's Office would like to proceed with it. And at the time, we thought it could be purchased in this fiscal year's budget as one of the options. So there are three options: delay this project until we might be able to get another grant to proceed. I would like to note, we did ask Homeland Security to provide the shortfall. They did not. Second, we could provide an in-kind match within the grant's project budget, or two, included in emergency management's budget. Now, originally, we thought it could be done this fiscal year. The purchasing director, Marty Durnovich, who's available by Zoom today, right now, indicated it would be in the fiscal 22 budget. So again, either we don't proceed, we include it in the grant projects budget as an in-kind match, or we include it in emergency management's budget for the shortfall. So as a final note, last night, Marty Durnovich received indication that one of the quotes, it's number 2 in your list, there was an increase in the steel surcharge. Now, we're not requesting that purchase from that corral, but I should point out that steel is going up. And if we do delay this project, chances are it will increase. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can ask the purchasing director as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marshall. Questions for Ms. Marshall? Before we go there, excuse me, I see Marty Durnovich is on, as well as Under Sheriff Jason Love, who I'm sure is filling in for Lieutenant Tomich. So with that, I would say, first of all, Marty, Ms. Durnovich, do you have anything else to add? She's still on mute. Marty, can you hear me? All right, while Marty's trying, there she is. Marty.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, do you have anything to add as far as what Christina presented?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think Ms. Marshall covered everything.
Very good, thank you. Under Sheriff Love. Are you there? I saw you a minute ago.
I am, Chairman. Can you hear me now?
We can see you. Anything you need to add regarding this project, Under Sheriff?
No, nothing to add. I guess
Yes,
we're
I can hear
happy, we're happy to fund it out of our.
Hold on a minute. Could we mute Marty?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think Ms. Marshall covered everything.
Okay, thank you. We need to mute Marty. Okay, now, Under Sheriff Love, please come. You're up.
No, I don't have anything further, Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions for either Ms. Marshall or Ms. Dernovich or Under Sheriff Love regarding the project? With that being said, Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Can you
Regarding,
state what the motion would be if we did number one? Would that help clarify what we're going to make a motion on?
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Tolman, either we just postpone this project. 2, a motion to include the shortfall within the grants project budget, or 3, to include the shortfall in the emergency management budget for fiscal year 2022.
In the amount of $2,200
Actually, it's $1,120.
with the surcharge?
Yes, that was on another quote.
Okay.
the sheriff does oversee the emergency management budget as well. So if we're looking for a recommendation, I'd recommend you approve it with the shortfall coming out of the, I believe it's option 3, which is emergency management operational. So
move.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Smith to approve and the money to shortfall to come from emergency management operational or capital, I'm sorry. All right, you're right, capital. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. And one more, the Sweetwater County.
Getting harder as we go.
The Emergency Rental Assistant Program update, Ms. Marshall.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you'll be happy. I'm not asking for any action. So sit back, relax. At the last Commissioners meeting, you all received an email from the Department of Family Services indicating that Sweetwater County could potentially receive $110,000 in federal emergency rental assistance program funding. At your direction, I placed a request for information to see if there were any agencies interested in this funding. I also sent out an email to many agencies. I received a total of 2 replies in which one has not come to fruition. The one response came from Sweetwater Family Resource Center. I do want to point out that this funding is to provide application assistance and case management for clients applying through the state of Wyoming for rental assistance. Sweetwater Family Resource Center is willing to do this. I participated in a meeting with the Department of Family Services last week. They needed a response last Tuesday and Wednesday on this. And as I found out, they could actually contract directly with Sweetwater Family Resource Center and not bypass or go through the county. I know the commission was concerned making sure that Sweetwater County residents could access this funding. And I'm pleased to say that it looks like we found a solution. And that's
Very
it.
Very good. Thank you for the update. Good job. Commissioners, anything for Christina on that?
Good job.
Yeah, good job. Way to go. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, well,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
very much.
You bet. All right, now for the best part of our meeting is I believe we have the Sweetwater County Federal Land Management Agency's annual meeting. And I'd like to welcome the federal agencies that are here in the room as well as those that are on Zoom. And I didn't check with you, Commissioner Tolman, but would you like to facilitate this agenda item? Do you feel
Well,
comfortable doing that?
Well, I do feel comfortable doing it. I just want to thank you, and I've declared that it's Federal Partners Day, and so I'm wearing my flag outfit, and just to kind of I gave a rah-rah speech earlier during my commission report about how important it is that we stay aware of and defend what we have in Wyoming. And I know that our federal partners are facing the challenges that we are, and we are here to support you, but we also need to hear from you how we can better do that. So with that, I would say, let's start with our reports.
Okay,
And
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, you got it. You have it up?
That page open.
Okay, I've got the page open.
Okay, go ahead.
As soon as you're ready, though, I'll turn it over to you. But I
Okay.
think first up, for our federal agencies, first of all, this meeting fulfills Sweetwater's county's obligation under the county's memorandum of understanding with BLM, which resigned in 2017, expires in 2022. So we'll look forward to updating that and hope we can continue to do this. As we move into this, in the past, this was facilitated by Mark Cott, our individual working in the federal lands and that type of thing. And it was handled with a lot of pride and joy on Mark's part. And we look forward to continuing that part of his legacy, because this is his legacy. And we appreciate everybody committing to this and those that are on Zoom as well. So I believe because your time's very important and we want to hear what you have to say. First up, I believe, is our Ashley National Forest, Flaming Gorge Vernal District Ranger, and I believe that's Mr. Boer. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Kurt, good morning. Also with you is Sue Eichhoff. Are you? Good morning. Welcome. Sue's the Ashley National Forest Supervisor. So with that, do we have a podium? We have whatever you need. So come forward and feel free to. If you have a flash drive, we have people here to help you get it going. So when you come up, please introduce yourselves again, but welcome.
Absolutely. I'm Curtis Boer. I'm a district ranger for the Flaming Gorge Ranger District. And with me today is my forest supervisor, Sue Eichhoff, and she oversees the entire forest.
Can I jump in for a second?
Absolutely.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. Really great to be here and on such a lovely day. It wasn't a bad drive over. As Mr. Chairman said, my name is Susan Eichhoff, and I've been the forest supervisor here on the Ashley and Flaming Gorge since August. Got here just as the East Fork fire started and spent 72 days working on that before I really got to work on the forest. But before that, I came from Cody, Wyoming. So I spent 7 years there as a district ranger. So know a little bit about the sentiments in Wyoming and really look forward to working with you. But I'll give the floor to Kurt and he'll do our presentation to start.
Thank you. Well, thank you all very, very much. It's good to be here this year. I missed last year because of COVID.
We do too.
Yep, I was getting ready and then we all got disappointed by COVID. So let me see if I can get this going.
Also, I'll just say for the record that anyone who wants to hear the results of this report, for those on Zoom and otherwise, you can go to sweet.wy.us March 20th agenda, and you can Zoom through the meeting and listen to any of it.
I think we're going to get there. I've got to go alphabetical. I'm kind of a Luddite with this stuff, so please bear with me. I'm going to get there, though. There it is. Let's see if it comes up. And while it's loading, what I'd like to say is what I did is my first presentation to you as a group. And what I tried to do was just try to give a flavor for the National Recreation Area and what it means to both sides, both Utah and Wyoming, but I concentrated more on the Wyoming side. And so it's just kind of short and simple. So basically, welcome to Flaming Gorge. And what I tried to do was go through sort of what we offer, what our services are, how we operate. And of course, this is where we were last year. Then we had this. So I thought that no presentation would be complete without admitting that COVID affected every one of us. And we were discussing this on the way over this morning. One advantage we have in this area is I believe we are the only ranger district, the NRA, that's fully open for this region. So We don't like to advertise that too widely because somebody might try to put us back into teleworking. But so far, we've been able to operate in the field and provide services. And I'll just kind of roll along here. While our country and the world adapted to quarantines, illness, social distancing, masks, and a resulting economic slowdown, communities adapted to the forced isolation. Surprisingly, and perhaps logically, the people looked to the public lands for respite and renewal. The recreation areas such as the Flaming Gorge NRA experienced historical increases in visitation numbers and the lengths of stay. While fee and use revenues were up, COVID precautions and closures strained our ability to deliver services to the public. But on the positive side, what I want to do is accentuate the features of the Flaming Gorge. We've got the Uinta Mountain Range, which provides camping, hiking, and hunting. The Flaming Gorge Reservoir, which is a world-class fishery, which provides boating, fishing, swimming. The Flaming Gorge Dam, which provides hydroelectric power and backs up the Colorado River system and provides water to the entire western United States. We've got the Green River for floating, fishing above and below the dam and the reservoir. And I've been encouraged to see that we just recently got a permittee who's going to provide outfitter and guide services on the river above the reservoir, that's something new. We haven't had that before. So we expect to see people floating and fishing above the reservoir as well as below. We've got the Forest Service campgrounds throughout the NRA. We've got the Buckboard Marina and the campgrounds for fishing and hunting. And Tony Alvarez, who's been a really good partner. He's a good concessionaire. He's working very hard with us to try to provide the sort of world-class accommodations. That's his goal. He's a real hardworking guy, and we're looking forward to continue partnership with him because we do have a long-term agreement. We've got the Lucerne Marina, which is right on the state line, provides services both to Wyoming and to Utah. There, they've got the campgrounds, and we are expanding those campgrounds. And we're also planning, in the planning stage, of expanding the campgrounds on the Wyoming side of the state line. And that's on our list of things that we're going to accomplish. We've got the Firehole launch, campground and boat launch, and you're all, I think most of you are familiar with Firehole. Sometimes it's a struggle for us to give it the attention that it needs. Most of my folks work out of Manila, and there's some windshield time getting up and back, but we're constantly working on trying to increase our time and attention on the Wyoming side. We also have the Cedar Springs Marina, Mustang Boat Launch, the Red Canyon Visitor Center and Lodge. We've got fishing on the gorge, streams, and the lakes of the Uintas, recreation cabins, yurt rentals. Sure. There you go. That would help me. You can be my technical guy. Okay. There we go. Okay, if I just. Okay, very good. Okay. Well, thank you for that. We also have the UTV, ATV, and recreational opportunities throughout the gorge. Okay, we get the Wyoming specific recreational opportunities on the Flaming Gorge. Once again, we've got the Firehole Recreation Site, boating, camping, day use, fishing, and swimming. Lost Dog Recreation Site, which is the camping, the boating, fishing, day use, and swimming. Buckboard Marina and campgrounds, camping, day use, boating, fishing, swimming, same. Verendure Crossing Recreation Site, much the same use. Anvil Draw, the same. I would like to point out that for Anvil Draw, we've gotten a great cooperation from Wyoming Game and Fish, and that we're in the process of receiving a series of docks that are being repurposed for the Flaming Gorge from Wyoming Game and Fish, and that we are also having one of our older restrooms replaced by Wyoming Game and Fish out there. So we're showing good cooperation on the Wyoming side and working with the fishing crowd and Game and Fish to continue to provide services to the public. Amble Draw, we get really good support there. We've got the same uses. Amble Draw also has Wyoming Game and Fish in their inspection station for invasive species there. So we cooperate with them regularly. And once again, it's that cooperation that I'll conclude with that makes it very important for us to continue to partner in running this gorge. There may have been a time when we could do it by ourselves. That time has passed. And the best thing we can do is all recognize that and work together. So we've also got State Line Recreation Site, which currently has camping, fishing, beach, swimming, day use, and we are in the process of developing a campground there in the next couple of years. So I just like roll through some of the things, the opportunities that the NRA provides to people. One is wildlife watching, such as bighorn sheep, moose, general scenic wonder, cultural history. I would like to take a moment here and say that we're currently cooperating with the Wyoming State Parks and SHPO office to create an archaeological zone there where we'll be protecting some of these petroglyphs by basically acknowledging that they're there. By us ignoring them, our feeling is, and I think we're in cooperation with the state of Wyoming on this, we're putting them at risk by not going ahead, acknowledging the site, developing it, and with the feeling that increased use, increased visitation will actually protect the resource. But these are really beautiful and really easy to get to. So we'll be cooperating with the state of Wyoming on these. Family recreation, just a daily thing out there. It started already at Easter, and we've already got substantial visitation. Fishing, I don't know who that guy is right there, but it's the biggest fish I've ever caught. Generally, we've got camping. We've got dispersed camping. And this is a thing I'm still getting used to how awesome it is people can simply drive out, follow the roads out, find a loop, find a spot, a flat spot, and camp for 16 days. What a awesome thing. You could anchor your boat right here and have a wonderful vacation. Really no cost besides fuel and food. And it's a wonderful opportunity. Besides those traditional things, we also offer these things. Biking events. I've been working with the chamber here on some events that are going on this year. So we continue to have organized events that bring both people and visitor dollars into your community and into Manila. I wouldn't do that, but some people are brave. We have jogging and we have organized events and runs. Fly fishing, world-class fly fishing. Horseback riding. Packing. And more packing. Ice fishing. And we get a big Wyoming draw on the ice fishing every year. And once again, talking about cooperation. The county roads department, and Doc, you know, I've talked about that. I really appreciate your county roads department. I don't think we could keep these roads open in the winter successfully without your folks coming out and assisting our people on the road maintenance. And that's a point where we meet yearly, we sign our agreements, and without you guys helping us on that, I don't know where we'd be. We'd be stressed out. More ice fishing. Angling. ATVs and UTV adventuring. Hiking and backpacking. And there's some guy getting firewood. Local resource. Pronghorn hunting. Elk hunting. Year-round recreation. No matter what your recreational interests are or may be, Flaming Gorge should be your next destination. I'm speaking to the choir when I say that to you all, but I think what we have is a world-class resource here. And I think that we sit in this beautiful position between Grand Tetons and Yellowstone on one end Moab on the south, and all of us in between is available to the public. And probably just getting the word out on it is probably the most critical thing. And I think the word, frankly, is already out. If last year was any indication of how the future is going to be, we're all going to be busy. So these are partners who make this happen. Wyoming Game and Fish, Wyoming Parks and SHPO, Sweetwater County Roads Department, Daggett County Road Department, Utah DNR and DWR, and our permittees and concessionaires. And I think it's a good team. We're also, as you know, looking at a Southwest Wyoming Recreation Collaborative attempt here that I think has got great promise, and to bring all the players together. Frequently what we've got out there the opportunity, but we don't have the means to say, put in an additional trail or put in an additional recreation site. But if we work together to do it between the county, state, and the federal folks, we have an opportunity to continue to increase the amount of our capacity to provide for the public in a way that Sue and I, as much as we'd like to do it ourselves, we're not able to. And so these partnerships are what will make us successful, and do make us successful already. And I just want to acknowledge that the county, Sweetwater County here, been great partners. I had the opportunity to work with Mark Cott a little bit before he retired. He's a great guy. He'll be missed on our side for sure as well. So thank you very much, commissioners, for letting me present this, and I look forward to continued cooperation.
Thank you, Kurt. Ms. Sykart, do you have anything to add before we go to questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to give you a couple of updates on things I think you're probably interested in. The first is our forest plan revision that's going on right now. We submitted the draft environmental impact statement to cooperating agencies, including Sweetwater County, and we're receiving comments back. And what we're doing is setting up meetings with those cooperating agencies to go over their comments. And we just started with the state of Wyoming. We've been going over their comments, and we'll be setting up something with the county as well, and other organizations that submitted comments ahead of time. Then once we get a chance to work through all those comments, then the draft environmental impact statement will go out to the public probably in June. We still have to present it to the Washington office to get approval. And then once that happens, we'll be able to move forward. So be looking for that, and for that meeting to go over comments. We did receive your comments, I think, already. And there's been a lot of conversation about the Flaming Gorge NRA management plan, because in the 1986 plan, it was an appendix. And what we did when I got here, a few months after I'd been here, we separated that out. So the management plan will be separate from the forest plan revision and the DEIS. And I thought that in separating that out, that it'd be hard to get the funding to move forward with it, but fortunately we were able to secure it. And we got funding, a good amount of funding to get started, we think, in 21. And so right now we're looking for a contractor who can do that work for us, and it will be developing the management plan and doing an environmental assessment separate from forest plan revision. So the contractor will also be convening our stakeholders. So we'll be contacting Sweetwater County and other interested groups in Wyoming to see how they can participate in that endeavor. Kurt didn't talk much about Great American Outdoors Act, and I wish I had the numbers on how many projects we got funded in Wyoming in 21, but I don't have it on the top of my head. Kurt, you happen to know how many projects?
I know it's in the millions of dollars. I did a presentation in Daggett County last week, and we have at least 14 projects that are Wyoming specific that will improve the recreation sites, the facilities, and basically recreation opportunity. Improve everything on the north side of the NRA.
The infrastructure here. So that's for 21. We already submitted a list of projects for 22 as well. We haven't heard if they got funded yet. And we're in the process of working with cooperators and partners to develop a list of projects for 23, because I'm sure you're aware, the Great American Outdoors Act is a 5-year span of time. So we continue to figure out what kind of infrastructure upgrading or putting in new infrastructure that we can do through that funding source. And then the final thing I wanted to mention was shared stewardship. We are working with stakeholders and cooperating agencies to figure out what kind of projects we can do together across boundaries. Mainly we're focusing on fuels reduction type work, but we're also looking at recreation projects that we might be able to work on together. At the end of April, I'm pulling together a committee to talk about how we're going to convene stakeholders. And it's the states and the Forest Service. And we're going to come up with who do we think should be at the table with maps, figuring out what kind of projects we can work on together. And so we'll be contacting the county and other entities in Wyoming, probably more focused on recreation, but maybe some fields work as well. But really looking forward to seeing what kind of projects we can come up with and then start working towards getting funding to get those projects moving forward. So we're calling that shared stewardship. All right. So we're willing to entertain any questions you might have at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, questions for either Kurt or Sue?
Is any of the Great Outdoor Act money, can you use that for road improvements or anything to assist the county in helping you with those roads down there?
Somewhat. The roads is like this. You can use some of the money. They've limited the percentage of the money, the total amount of money. I know trails is included in that too. You can do trails work, you can do roads work. Right now, what we've been concentrating on is our water systems, increasing the capacity of the campgrounds. And I think we're trying to get some road improvements done, but it won't be through the American Outdoor Act. It'll be other funding.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Good question.
Yeah.
Any other questions, commissioners, for Ashley National Forest? Well, with that, I will say thank you. It's been exciting. It looks exciting. And it's a great thing to come off of coming out of the COVID if we continue to move in that direction. But it's something we look forward to continue working with Ashley National Forest and their projects. And please think of us as we move forward. Okay?
We will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Tolman, I'll yield the floor to you if you want to continue the rest of the
Okay.
group.
Sally, the Bureau of Rec, Kent Copeford has deferred that to Rick Barker, I believe. Are you on Zoom, Rick?
I am on Zoom, and it's, yes, Rick Baxter. I am here.
Okay, sorry, your name.
You're fine.
You're next if you would like to proceed.
Okay, I will do that. If you don't mind, I'm going to see if I can share a screen here with you. And this may not show up exactly, but maybe it will show up the way I want it to. Let's see. Let me try this. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. First of all, to the commissioners, thank you for having us. I apologize that Kent couldn't be here. I'm the assistant area manager in the Provo area office, right below Kent as the area manager. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up of a few things we have going on for the Bureau of Reclamation in the area in Southwest Wyoming. And it'll cover maybe even additional counties than Sweetwater, but it'll give you an idea kind of some of the things that are going on. And I promise to not take too long and get too in depth, but wanted to give a little bit of a history. Let's see if my slides will advance. Is that advancing?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go over these 5 or 6 different aspects of different things we have going on in Wyoming right now. The first one we'll talk about is the cultural programmatic agreement that we've got that we're the lead for.
Rick,
the collaborative effort that was. Excuse me?
Rick, Chairman Wendling, your slides are not advancing.
I worried about that. Let me come back over here real quick. Pull this back up. Let's see if I can share this differently. You can't see this one or this slide?
No.
No, we just see your first slide you put up is all we're seeing.
Interesting. Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to try this a different way. Let me try this in a way that won't look as pretty, but should do the job. How about this? You see my screen now? It's going to show that little panel on the side, but because of my setup with my screens, I've had this happen a couple of times where I need to probably have IT look at this, but you'll have to probably see the side. Is that okay?
That'll work.
We get there.
Now the
Okay.
advance. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll just go through these. So I want to talk about that programmatic agreement that we were this tip of the spear for and trying to get, and I'll explain why. We'll talk a little bit about the Big Sandy Dam raise, that ongoing Seed Skiddy land revocation we've worked on, some of the issues associated with the Flaming Gorge Working Group, Colorado River issues, and then ultimately and lastly, additional storage in Fontenelle Reservoir. We had a really great effort together with these different signatories, the NRCS, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Park Service, Wyoming SHPO, Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Arapaho Tribe, and the ACHP. The intent of this whole programmatic agreement was to try to streamline the process for cultural consultation, especially on smaller projects with lower likelihoods of adverse effects around water delivery features or systems. It really provides an opportunity for mitigation and quicker processing. And I can just tell you that we had worked on one of these with the SHPO in Utah, and it essentially really is built upon trust between us and the State Historic Preservation Office in each state. And it allows us to sort of make some of our own calls on those adverse effects and be able to do sort of a group consultation at the end of the year on these smaller projects that also has some mitigation that's already laid out that makes it a little bit easier to be able to move forward with projects in a more expedited fashion. It saved our office. We estimated it saved our office just on the Utah one last year alone, somewhere in the tune of $60,000 to $70,000 just in that 1 year to be able to work through things a bit quicker. And so it's been a great process, and we're grateful to all those other signatories who wanted to sign on. There were quite a few others who aren't a party that started out as possibly being want to be a party that may end up coming into it a little bit later in the process. But that's been a great effort. We're grateful for all of our partners on that. Let me get into the Big Sandy Dam raise. I want to share a few different slides with you very quickly. The purpose of this Big Sandy Dam raise is to firm up that water supply in the Eden Valley and to reduce shortages in the irrigation season. The objective is to raise the crest 5 feet, which is going to increase the storage about 13,000 acre feet. The good news is that this is being funded through work with the Wyoming Water Development Office, and we're using MOA funds. It's about a $14 to $15 million project. Just give you an idea of kind of what's going to happen quickly. You can see down at the bottom of the screen there, we're going to raise the spillway crest, and we'll look at that a little bit. We're going to do some earthwork at the dam, and we're also going to install a cement bentonite wall as you go up that picture there. It's a cutoff wall in that dike, and then we're going to replace some drop structures, and that headworks for the feeder canal is also going to be improved. And this is what it's going to look like. This is the current crest of the intake structure there that goes into the spillway for the dam. As you can see, this upper part will be built on top of that original area, and it will raise that crest 5 feet with additional foundation work right there beside it. You can see that as you get into that dike, there needs to be this cutoff wall that essentially will cut the water off from moving through the embankment so that the water will stay in the reservoir. There'll also be some additional fill that will be placed below the ordinary high water mark there. This is what the new canal headworks will look like. You can see this new feature that will feed into the Big Sandy feeder canal. And that will be a nice new structure. The other one is old and dilapidated and mostly functions, but this will be a very nice new improvement that should last for many, many years. And then there's also some structures, some drop structures that need replaced. And you can see they just over the years have not been able to withstand that flow of the water over time. And the other thing I'd say that isn't included here is that there will be also some recreation work done around Big Sandy to enhance and replace some of the existing structures that are there, some shade structures and some pavilions, some fire rings and some different things to maybe make that a little bit nicer. We just yesterday awarded, you may have seen that, but we just awarded that contract. And you can see that the summer, the construction schedule will begin with a cutoff wall first, late this summer, most likely early fall is most likely what's going to happen there. You can see that also coinciding with that from the fall of this year into all the way into the winter will be the headworks work and the drop structure work. And then the crest work and the earthwork at the dam will be happening the spring of next year. And our final completion, we hope to have it all wrapped up in the spring of 2023. That's final construction. A great project, really helping the folks in that area to firm up that water supply. And we're excited about that. I'm going to go quickly on to the next aspect of things we're working on with the BLM. Oh, this is for those that are here with us with the BLM, this has been an ongoing, I'm not sure if we're going to call it project or saga, but it's been a long time project going on. This is some of the last and latest mapping efforts that were made. And we've been working with the Wyoming State Office to try to get this process through. As we went through our fight with a fine-tooth comb, both BLM and us, we've noticed some discrepancies and some issues that have come up on legal descriptions. And we wanted to make sure that those were all worked out in their entirety. We thought they already were. They are not. And we're finalizing all of those to try to get those back over to the BLM very quickly. One aspect of that, as you might see in the green there, is the Fish and Wildlife Service lands. They're below Fontenelle. And in that case, we want to make sure that we've got everything in alignment with what they have as well. We don't want to be at odds with them. And so they've just about, I think it was on Thursday or Friday of last week, sent us all of their legals. So we're doing all of our due diligence to make sure that all of this was done properly, because apparently it was not in the first place. That's what's going on with the revocation. We plan to get back with them hopefully in the next month or so and begin to be able to process this to go through the revocation process. Now, I want to talk about the Flaming Gorge Working Group. For those unfamiliar, in 2005 and in 2006, we finalized the Flaming Gorge FEIS and the 2006 Record of Decision, which directed reclamation on how to operate the Flaming Gorge Dam. Part of that process was that it was going to allow for adaptive management. And that was partly because of the issues associated with the 4 endangered fish in the river. And that we needed to figure out ways to be able to assist in the recovery of the species. So as part of that process, they established the Flaming Gorge Working Group, which is sort of the ongoing living and breathing version of a public process that allows for changes and minor modifications, experiments to be made during this process, so that by the time we enter into a new FEIS on Flaming Gorge operations, we actually will know more than we have in the past and will make better informed decisions. We have, for the first 14 years of the project, of the process, have only had 2 meetings. It was in March or an April and an August meeting. We have since, based on public input, actually added a meeting that's not required by the Record of Decision, but that we felt was important for transparency and coordination and cooperation amongst all the stakeholders. We had that meeting this last March, and we also just had our April meeting. We are finalizing now our operating plan by May 1, and we're doing like we're always trying to do, which is extremely difficult, balancing all the needs, wants, and desires of the river. And as you guys are keenly aware, there are many. And everybody from private landowners to the National Park Service to the recovery program, the rafters, the fly fishermen, and all the other uses that are being, that the river is being used for in the area. They're important to us, and we want to try to balance those out and work together with folks to make that happen, but it's hard. And what we were able to do last year, we can't do this year based on, you've seen the dismal runoff numbers that are likely to head into Flaming Gorge, less than 50%. We believe that creates impacts to other stakeholders, whether it's power, or whether it's things that the recovery program doesn't get to do that they would really like to do if we were willing to release a lot more water, additional storage. But those are things that we're all trying to work out through that public process, and that is the Flaming Gorge Working Group. And it's messy and it's hard, but that's what we're working through. We want to try to make it the best we can, but recognize that every year it's a little bit different depending upon what Mother Nature delivers to us. If you're interested in being involved in that, we want to make sure you get on our email list, and you can contact me. I'll have my contact information at the end of this, and I can make sure that I get you added to the list so you can be able to participate in that. We would love to have your voice heard. Okay, just quickly, I think all of you are associated with the major issues associated with the Colorado River, the drought contingency plans, the demand management efforts that have been going on the river during the interim guidelines. But you also probably know that we're about ready to embark on the renegotiation of the interim guidelines between the 7 basin states. And the reclamation is not trying to get in the middle of that. We are trying to allow the states to do what the states do. But we obviously are a part of that depending upon how things go, especially below Lee's Ferry, based on the commissioner being the water master if things don't go well. We know the river's being squeezed, at least right now, specifically related to what those diminished flows have been over the years. And those things need to be negotiated out amongst the 7 basin states, and we're supportive of that. Just wanted to make mention of that. The last thing I'll mention just in my presentation here is that in Wyoming, there's been talk with us and Reclamation and Wyoming Water Development Commission to make more storage available in Fontenelle Reservoir. And as you're well aware, Wyoming obtained legislation for Congress to authorize additional storage, and they needed to look at some risks and some dam safety issues in order to be able to do so. So we turned that over to our technical service center in Denver, who took a look at it. And basically what they came back with in their determination is that if this is a very short period of time, most likely it won't have internal damage on the upstream face of the dam, and that it can probably be allowed to use that if we needed to get to that point to release additional water and take that down below the riprap that is currently protecting the dam, because below a certain level, there is no riprap on the face of that dam to protect it. And the analysis done was that if it was maybe a 1 season sort of thing, it probably could be done. But if it was going to be drawn down for longer periods of time, there may need to be additional project work done there to protect the upstream face of Fontenelle Dam. That you're well aware that that water is very valuable, and though it's not all being used currently, in the moment of potential compact call or something like that, Wyoming has great interest in being able to use that water downstream to make its deliveries as part of its compact obligations. With that, I think that's my last slide. Appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with you. I apologize that I'm not with you personally. I didn't get the notice until late yesterday afternoon that this was going to be today, so I apologize for that. But I'd be happy to entertain any questions if anybody has any for me, if there's time.
Any questions, commissioners? None at this time. Just one quick question, Rick, maybe along the line as you move forward with the Big Sandy improvement. Have you heard anything from I should probably say heard anything about any resistance out there from the lower Colorado Basin representatives or any conservation groups?
We have not. In our initial efforts there with our initial efforts with the NEPA portion of the project, we did hear some concerns about the possibility of not letting additional water flow down, but we've done those analyses and we've reported the potential effects based on the reported inflows, and that seems to have appeased those folks for now. So we haven't heard anything further. So yeah, that would be my report on that.
All right, thank you very much. It's always been a question. Go ahead, Commissioner Toman.
I guess related to that same question is, does the Bureau of Rec have any kind of a contingency plan if the severe drought, are they still going to go ahead with this project? Because it could de-water the whole valley, Eden Valley, for a couple of years. If this weather doesn't turn around.
Yeah, great question, Mary. I appreciate that. The intent is to only have that down 1 year. Part of the other things we're working on together with Wyoming Fish and Game is to rotenone and kill the fish in the dead pool of Big Sandy in order to be able to restart that and restock that fishery after it's back up. We understand the risk, so does Eden Valley, and we are hoping that we can minimize the impacts by keeping it down only 1 season if possible. So that's our intent, and that's what we're trying to do. And Eden Valley Irrigation District is keenly aware of where we're at. As long as construction goes the way it should go, it would only be the 1 season, but we'll have to play it by ear. It is a concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Rick, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time to join us and be part of this day. And you have some real challenges ahead of you, especially the Bureau of Reclamation and your boss with regard to what's coming up, dealing with the Colorado River Users Association throughout this basin. And I wish you the best of luck, because it's going to be some difficult times ahead regarding water through this Colorado Rivers Basin. And we wish you the best of luck with it, because it's going to be no easy task. The job of those 7 states to determine those guidelines from 2007 is going to be interesting. I hope they get it done without the secretary stepping in, but you know, we always know that that's plan B, so we'll hope that they get it done. And Sweetwater County, of course, being part of that, is definitely ready to assist our state engineer's office as that moves forward in our representation. So thank you very much, Rick. We appreciate it. And as always, we've looked forward to it. Oh, by the way, we have missed you. Last year, all of us not getting together, so we're appreciative of getting together this time. So thank you, and tell your boss thanks.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it, and we're happy to answer any other questions. If you have them, email me or call me or whatever we can do to help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and you be safe out there. Okay,
Okay.
Mary. Who do you have next, Ms.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yes, we have Seaskiddy National Wildlife Refuge, Tom Kerner and Katie.
Well, welcome. Come on up. Come on up to the microphone and introduce yourselves and who you're with. And we have our IT person here to assist if you need it.
We'll see if I do it without crashing and burning.
It's not quite the same as a fly fishing pole, huh?
That I know how to do. My bifocals don't work.
Well, Tom's doing that. I'll just give some praise to his management of that refuge. I mean, that refuge is what, like 40, 50 years old now, and 50 years old. And under his term, we've seen some really dramatic improvements as far as trying to salvage the cottonwoods and how he manages the refuge and the friendliness with the public. It's very much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Toman. My name is Tom Kerner. I'm the project leader, is my official title for the Central Sage Steppe Conservation Complex. That just rolls off the tongue, don't it? But that was created a little over a year ago. They combined the Seedskiddy complex with the Arapahoe complex. And so I oversee those 2 complexes that are now one. The Arapahoe complex is headquarters south of Walden, Colorado. There's a really cool refuge over there, and then refuges around Laramie. We have 4 refuges over there. One of them is the spot for recovery of the endangered Wyoming toad. On this side of the state, we have Seedskiddy and Cokeville Meadows National Wildlife Refuge, south of the town of Cokeville. Katie Tooley is our station manager for Seedskiddy and Cokeville Meadows, and Tara Wirtz, she's over at Arapahoe and handles that side of the state. This presentation will obviously talk about Seedskiddy, which is located entirely in Sweetwater County. Each National Wildlife Refuge is established by congressional act, and there's individual language in each one of those. So every refuge kind of has a unique establishing purpose. So this is what Congress told us to do at Seed Skiddy National Wildlife Refuge. So as Commissioner Doman mentioned, over 50 years ago, Seed Skiddy was established. One of the big reasons was to mitigate for the impacts of Fontenelle and Flaming Gorge dams. By the time these dams were constructed, Congress recognized that putting a dam on a river changes things. You go from riverine habitat, wetland habitat to deep water habitat. So you got good habitat for lake trout, but changes things for other species. So I'll talk more about each one of these, but that's our big reason is to mitigate for both Flaming Gorge and Fontenelle dams. They directed us to do the obvious of manage for fisheries and wildlife resources on Seed Skiddy. I'll talk more about that. This one's a pretty unusual establishing purpose. They recognize that the big landscapes that we got still in Southwest Wyoming are pretty unique, and the scenery that we have is incredible. Cultural resources, lots of history in that area. The Oregon Trail, Mormon Trail, California Trail, Pony Express, they all cross right there at the Highway 28 bridge. So everything we do, we keep that in mind. And then this last one's really unusual for National Wildlife Refuges. That part of our purpose is to provide for wildlife-dependent public uses. So to start with the mitigation part, a couple things recently we've been doing more of. One of the impacts of the dam has been to kind of take off the high flows. So the example I used, I think it was 2018 was the last big water year we had. 20,000 cubic feet per second was coming into Fontenelle Dam. They were filling the reservoir, and they were letting 12,000 out. So we took about a third of the peak off. If you have your house built in the bottom of the valley, you probably were thankful that that you didn't get 20,000. But lowering those peak flows, it changes things. It doesn't open up these side channels and keep them open as often. It doesn't recharge the water table as much, because at 20,000, that entire valley would have been full of water. So one of the things we've identified is a lot of these side channels, they connect to the main channels. Really important to things like juvenile fish, so small fish can get big. Groundwater recharge, as I mentioned already, which helps keep the cottonwoods and willows and other riparian stuff alive. We've done in the last 30 years, probably 15 of these side channels with partners, Trout Unlimited and this local Seed Skiddy chapter has been key partners in the Wyoming Game and Fish. We've identified another 15, so we're knocking off a couple, 2 or 3 a year. And how we think this happens is ice jams in the winter, big slabs of ice coming down. They can make like a bulldozer going down the river and plug the head of those side channels. And then from that, they fill in downstream. So we've been doing a number of those kind of projects, seeing some really good results. The lowering of the water table, not recharging it as much, not having the river come out of the banks and create additional habitat opportunities. Cottonwoods and willows, this is a photo of some 150, 200-year-old cottonwoods that are fading out on us that we know aren't replacing themselves probably at historical rates. So we've tried lots of different things. Some of the things lately we've been trying are live cuttings, they're called. So these are cottonwood stems of young cottonwoods that we got above the dam where there's plenty. And we drill with a skid steer 6 feet down or more, try to get to that water table, put those live cuttings down in there. And cottonwoods and willows in particular can take root and turn into a new cottonwood. So we use these tree shelters. You can see the cottonwood leaves starting to come out in the first few years. And basically it's a mini greenhouse that gives those cottonwoods and willows a chance to at least get their roots under them before the moose start buzzing them off every year. Seen some success. I guess what I try to keep in mind is once these are established, if they get their roots under them, they can live up to 300 years. So a lot of those cottonwoods are 150, 200 years old up there. If we can get them going, they'll be there a long time. And it's the long game too on cottonwoods, thinking way ahead. So, we've got a dozen plus bald eagle nests there. If we lose the cottonwood component, we aren't providing nesting sites 50, 70, 80 years from now for bald eagles and many other species as well. Had a lot of help on other parts of the project. We've been doing a lot more willow work. So this is a bunch of volunteers, Game and Fish, Wyoming Landscape Conservation Initiative, Trout Unlimited, lots of partners helping us plant willows. Willows we've had a lot more success with. They root way easier than the cottonwoods do. And here you can see this was from the year before we planted some willows, and they're taking off. And then you can see 2, 3, 4 years out, those willows establish. These are coyote willows. That's the main ones we're using. That was a vertical eroding bank that every spring would dump soil into the river and affect water quality and fisheries habitat and things like that. So this is something we've really focused on the last 10 years, is trying to get a lot of the bank healing to go on, improve water quality, which provides improved fisheries and lots of other benefits. And then migratory birds. Those willows are really important to many species migratory birds. This is a yellow warbler, very common along the Green River. They nest here. We have lots of other species that are just migrating through. And I call the Green Rivers to this part of the world, it's the interstate highway for migratory birds. If you need water, you're probably going to fly up that river. And we've documented a lot of these birds are going to Yellowstone and Canada and Alaska, and they're coming through here on the Green River. That's how they get through this dry part of the country. Mitigation also includes making up for putting those shallow wetlands under real deep water. So that was a real emphasis initially for seed skitty. You can see it's really shallow water in a lot of cases. That shallow water is in limited supply, but it's really, really important to many migratory birds. That shallow water this time of year heats up really quick. It gets the bugs going faster, so that there'll be all kinds of aquatic invertebrates growing in there. And this time of year, that's what the birds need. They need bugs. And we manage this lots of different ways. Winter grazing, prescribed grazing has helped us improve our ability to provide the shallow water. So that's just inches deep. And you can just watch the birds' response to this. Cinnamon teal, they're the most common nesters we have out there. They spend the majority of their time in just inches of water. The shorebirds as well. This is Wilson's phalarope. They need that shallow water too. So shallow water habitats are in pretty limited supply. So we definitely focus on providing that. The second objective Congress gave us is to conserve and manage fish and wildlife resources. So using trumpeter swans as an example, we do this with lots of different fish and wildlife, but this is an example of some of the things we do to actively manage. Trumpeter swans were reintroduced going on 3 decades ago to the Green River on seed skitty. Since that time, we haven't really ever marked any of them with transmitters. So we think we know where they go, but we're not sure. So this last year with partners, Wyoming Wetland Society, that's Bill Long, and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. You can actually catch trumpeter swans in the summer when they can't fly. They lose their molting and get new feathers. So they disappear for about a month because they can't fly, so they hide. But if you can find them, you can actually chase them down in a kayak, and which is what we did there. And that surprisingly, the first one I grabbed, I thought I was going to get thrashed. No, you put your hands on them and they just go limp. You can throw them in the kayak. Then we marked them. This is a solar powered transmitter. You can see we're putting on. Solar charges the batteries, and anytime it gets near a cell phone, it downloads the data, cell phone tower, I should say. It downloads the data of where it's been, and Unfortunately, the cell phone tower in Seed Skiddy isn't compatible with this one, so it hasn't downloaded yet. But we did have other swans that were same thing was done. One of them over at Bear Lake, that was kind of interesting. We suspected there was movement between the Bear River and the Green River. One of them that had the transmitter put on at Bear Lake in the summer spent the winter on Seed Skiddy, so it flew over the mountain and spent the winter with us. So that's kind of been our history. 30 years, we have 6 to 8 pairs that raise cygnets every year. So those are 2 adults and they're cygnets. They're called cygnets the first year. We're filled up with trumpeter swans. So we produce 6 to 8 pairs is all that can nest on Seed Skiddy with our available habitat. Takes a big area for those cygnets to have enough food to grow. So the excess ones that are being produced are now spreading out, going upriver, downriver. We documented swans from Seed Skiddy flew over the Wind Rivers and established over on the Wind River Indian Reservation and are raising cygnets, and they return in the winter to Seed Skiddy. So that was a big deal because swans don't pioneer out and try out new areas very easily. It's a huge risk to them to go somewhere they don't know where they're going. But that's some of the specific things we've done. And then in the winter, we get it's the largest concentration of trumpeters in Wyoming. We get about 300 trumpeters in the winter from Alaska, Canada, Montana, Idaho. They're coming there because there's a lot of food and there's open water. So the dam has created open water in the winter. Artificial situation, but the swans have taken advantage of it. And they spend the winter with us. They eat the submerged aquatic stuff that grows in the river and the tubers, the little potatoes that they grow that are down in the bottom substrate. That's how they survive the winter. They dig those up and eat little potatoes all winter. The other direction we got from Congress, protect the scenery and cultural historical resources of the refuge. So we keep that in mind with anything we do. The scenery, as all of you know, Wyoming's got some spectacular scenery. So those are still preserved. All the sunrises and sunsets are just unbelievable in these wide open spaces. Year round too. With the dam, we have open water, so we have a lot of wildlife through the winter too. So year round, we provide this. The historical, cultural, historical, I mentioned a little bit about that. Could go into a lot more details and a lot more subjects, but this is a good example there. Right at Highway 28 was the main crossing. I've seen estimates from 500,000 to 700,000 immigrants crossed there during a 5, 6, 7 year period. So lots and lots of history in that area, and we try to interpret that when we can. And Katie's actually working on a new historical brochure. We see a lot of visitors coming for the history. I've run across pretty regularly somebody at this ferry crossing with their great grandpa's journal, and they're reading about crossing right there. So that's been some cool, interesting encounters I've got to experience. And then the last one on there, most people, if you're not familiar with the National Wildlife Refuge, I've heard this a lot. They think refuges are for wildlife, not for people, so stay away. I use the example of Crystal River National Wildlife Refuge in Florida as one extreme example. That's where the sea cows or the manatees overwinter. Warm springs come bubbling up, and to survive the winter, those manatees pile into those warm springs and stay through the winter to survive. No amount of public use is allowed there because there's just any disturbance could be fatal to those manatees. So they don't allow the public on that refuge. Seed Skiddy, 99.9% of it is open to public uses. Not every public use, but a lot of them. So like floating, the entire refuge is open to kayaks and canoes and drift boats. A lot of people do that for wildlife watching. That's one of our popular activities. If you want to see a moose, that's a great way to do it. Put a kayak in and float in the summer. The moose are sitting right along the riverbanks, and if you're quiet, you can float right by them. Trumpeter swans, bald eagles, waterfowl, all kinds of opportunities. Wildlife observation, environmental education. Katie's been the champion of this. We had, of course, with the pandemic, that kind of shut us down last year. But thousands of students are coming prior to the pandemic, and hopefully after the pandemic, we've got some of the first groups coming back for a full day hands-on experience. And so that's something we're pretty fortunate that the surrounding communities will get a bus and come out and we'll show the students lots of stuff and let them look at some bugs and go for a walk and all that kind of stuff. Of course, fishing is one of the real popular activities. You can see Katie here with her 2 kids, and she's landing in a nice kokanee salmon. So we got kokanee in the fall, all the trout species, rainbows, cutthroats, brown trout. I do get a chance to talk to a lot of the visitors, and the reason they're coming to Seed Skiddy is they're looking for a little different experience where there isn't the crowds, where they're going to see a moose and a trumpeter swan, and they might catch a real nice trout. So we try pretty hard to provide that experience where you can still catch some really nice fish, see a lot of wildlife, and not quite have the crowd you might see in other places. We also allow some hunting. Waterfowl hunting is probably our most popular, but we do allow duck hunting, waterfowl hunting, all the big game species, elk, moose, pronghorn, deer, sage grouse, one of the few refuges you can still hunt sage grouse on. So yeah, we do provide a wide variety of public uses out there. Just to mention a few of the other things we're involved in, we try to be an asset to the community. That's what I've tried in my career to keep in mind is wherever the refuge is located, you're part of a community, and try to be an asset wherever we can. And so Project Healing Waters, if you're not familiar with them, for disabled veterans, they use everything about fly fishing in particular to help. And once or twice a year, we take a dozen of them on a float a couple days in a row. And that's just an example of some of the type of projects we try to get involved into. Of course, we can't do that without a lot of help. So the local chapter, Trout Unlimited, has just been fantastic. They show up en masse anytime we ask and float all these veterans down the river. Take a Kid Fishing Day in Rock Springs. That's been going on for almost 3 decades now. Major partners are the Game and Fish is the main one. Trout Unlimited is very involved as well. And we help where we can, but any of these community projects, we try to help out when we can. This one's from 2018, but I like the bison with the tiara, so I use this one. But we've had cooperative projects with Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism. Worked with Janissa quite a bit on different things. This is one where they had a retreat that floated through Seed Skiddy, the local Trout Unlimited chapter. Put a bunch of boats together and took a bunch of ladies on a couple different floats. And just an example of, again, working with Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism. I think they do a tremendous job of catering to the people that are looking for an adventure. You're not going to get your hand held at Seed Skiddy. But there's a great opportunity for somebody that's looking for an adventure there. And they've done a very good job at letting the visiting public know the opportunities out there. Great opportunities for a float, for fishing, for wildlife observation and photography. And so that's just one more example of some of the types of things we try to do. We definitely value the partnership with Sweetwater County Commission. and hopefully we can remain an asset well into the future for Sweetwater County. So any questions, or you got anything to add, Katie? Not to put you on the spot, but
Thank you.
yeah. So
Okay, any questions, commissioners, for either Tom or Katie? No?
Keep up the good work.
all right.
Very appreciative.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you
And the
again.
partnerships are so valuable. And you've just shared a few of them. I know there's more there than what you shared, but those are, so appreciative throughout.
Yeah, everything we do is with partners. We don't do anything without a partner. So
Yeah, and it's your wildlife up there for the schools is very, very important. And it's very, if it wasn't for that, there's probably some things some of those kids would never see or realize. So thank you, Katie, for your work in that arena and making sure that educational program is not only strong, but it continues and that type of thing. And Tom, thanks for your work. And Sweetwater County's here to partner with you. And if there's anything you need, just come and see us.
all right, appreciate that.
Thank you, you guys, and be safe out there and keep up the good work. Go ahead, Mary, Commissioner.
Okay, the Bureau of Land Management is our next group of participants. I'm not quite sure who's going to be on with the Wind River Bighorn Basin, Kimberly.
I'm going to introduce.
You're going to
everybody.
do everything. Okay, great. Thank you.
I might need help with this.
Kimberly,
Yes, Tim.
I'd like to give a quick opening.
Okay, go ahead while we're getting set up.
Tim, while we're setting up, will you please introduce yourself?
Yes, this is Tim Wakefield. I'm the district manager for the High Desert District, Bureau of Land Management. And this is one of the things I look forward to every year. And I always look forward to working with the commissioners and Mark, and he's going to be missed, but it looks like we have Cynthia here, and she's going to help us move through this. So we appreciate that. We appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. I just wanted to introduce, excuse me, we have some other people that are online today. Adam George, Associate District Manager for High Desert, Brandon Teppo, the Resource Advisor, the Dennis Carpenter, the Rollins Field Manager, Doug Lynn, the Pinedale Field Manager, Aaron Meyer, the Field Manager for the Kemmer Field Office, and John Elliott from Lander. So if there's any of those people who you would have questions for, they are also online with me today. We understand, and I hope you realize that this is, we understand this is our community also. And we take our role in this community very, very seriously. And we know there's been changes in leadership and movement and things, but our focus is our communities within this part of in Southwest Wyoming that are so important to us. And so having this meeting each year really helps us keep the cooperation and understanding going. And we value that cooperation very much. We know that recreation is increasing because of COVID. People want to get outside this year, so we're going to be taking that very seriously. The oil and gas and coal, those are all economic drivers of our communities, and we take our role in the economics of this part of Wyoming also very seriously. We don't get to make all the decisions at our level, but the ones that we can make, we want to make in cooperation with the county and with the with industry. When people are working, we're talking about our neighbors. And so thank you for giving us this time today. And Kimberly, is our Rock Springs field manager, and she's our best close representation. And so Kimberly, take it away. If you have any questions for me or any of the other field managers afterwards, we'll be glad to address those. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tim, and thanks for that introduction. I'll turn the floor now over to Kimberly, and I'll ask Kimberly if there's anybody from BLM in the chambers to please introduce them as well.
I don't believe anybody else is here.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
everybody's online. So while Tim was talking to you, I pulled up the map of the public lands in Sweetwater County. Obviously, the goldenrod color is all BLM administered land, so you can tell there's a lot, which is why we have the agreement that was mentioned earlier in place with Sweetwater County, because we know that we're partners. And then this map also shows all the various field offices that intersect. Obviously, the Rock Springs field office covers the majority of your county, and then there's a little bit up in the Lander field office to the north, the Rollins field office to the east, and then of course the Kemmer field office to the west. There's actually no Sweetwater County in our Pinedale field office, but we didn't want to leave them out, so that's why Doug's on the line. So, and we do share some projects that we're going to talk about with the Pinedale office. And then of course, Tim is our district manager for all 4 of our high desert district offices. Okay, so just backing up, we do have some new faces since we were here, since we weren't able to present last year. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody that BLM does have a multiple use mission. And this slide intentionally shows some overlapping photographs there because, you know, our job is to balance that multiple use ultimately for all the uses, whether it be recreation or energy development or wild horse management, grazing, all of those things that you see represented there. So I'm going to do just kind of an overview of some of the major projects that we have going on, particularly in Sweetwater County. We're going to touch on a couple of projects outside the county that you guys have asked about in the past. So a couple of the projects that we'll talk about aren't necessarily in county lines, but just to give you some context. So we'll start with oil and gas because we know that Sweetwater County has a heavy interest in that. So just a reminder, we have several projects that are in implementation phase. So we're not actively doing a major project right now for them. They're just implementing applications for permit to drill, those kinds of things. And that's the Atlantic Rim project. In the Rollins field office, the Continental Divide Creston, those are both huge oil and gas development projects. Of course, Jonah, which is in the Pinedale office, comes down into the Rock Springs field office. The normally pressured lands, which we just approved a couple of years ago, Rock Springs and Pinedale share that. That's just south of the Jonah field. And then of course, Pinedale Anticline just to the north of Jonah in our Pinedale office, but a big project. And then of course, Vermilion Basin that we have going on here in Rock Springs, that is the Hiawatha project that we're going to talk about. But it's been under Vermilion Basin for a long time. Some projects currently in development. There's one out of Kemmer called the ExxonMobil Chute Creek disposal, CO2 disposal. That's a pipeline and some CO2 disposal wells. And that NEPA is ongoing. And then of course, the Vermilion Basin expansion project is new. It is formerly the Hiawatha area project. So the Hiawatha was a proposal for 4,400 natural gas wells down off of Highway 430 here in Sweetwater County. That project stopped and started a gazillion times and has since been withdrawn after QEP sold their assets to some of that project. So Wexpro has a development project down there called Vermilion Basin. They're intending to expand it. And so we've been talking to them about how we're going to go about doing an EIS proposal just focused on the Wexpro lands and not the broader. Hiawatha did go down into the Colorado, the state of Colorado. And so that proposal has been withdrawn, but we are looking at the Vermilion Basin project. We also have some renewable energy projects. I'm sure you're all familiar with our solar projects. We have 2 in Rock Springs field office. Of course, Sweetwater Solar, which that's a picture of that you're looking at. That is the Sweetwater Solar development that was constructed in 2019 and is operational. Just to the south of there that will actually touch the fence line for that project is the proposed Raven Solar project. That's a 66 megawatt solar project. We've been working through that for the last year, working particularly with Game and Fish in the county and YDOT on how to make the pronghorn migration movement a little easier through those projects. Now that Sweetwater Solar is there, the pronghorn have been having some trouble moving through the area. And of course, now with Raven being proposed there and the fences will, like I mentioned, will actually touch. So we have an EA in development. We're getting ready to send that to cooperating agencies for a final review before it will go to the public for review. But we've been working with the cooperating agents, including the county, over the last year, trying to develop alternatives for that to help with pronghorn movement. That's really the main issue there is pronghorn. Most of the wind projects are not in Sweetwater County, but I did want to mention them. Of course, Chokecherry, Sierra Madre, that's the really large one in the Rollins Field Office. Excuse me, that's under implementation right now. There's a couple of proposals for Lucky Star and Maestro. I believe both of those are in the kind of Medicine Bow area. They're kind of in the pre-application phase. And then the Two Rivers wind development, that NEPA is ongoing. Recently, I will share with you that we've been having a lot of interest in wind development, particularly in that area between kind of at the Rollins and Rock Springs area, kind of where our two areas, field offices overlap, which is right there kind of in that Table Rock area. Right there at the edge of the Rock Springs field office. So lots of interest, lots of companies inquiring, trying to get information. As you know, this administration has a renewable energy priority. And so there's been, whoops, I might have done something here. There we go, I'm good. Sorry, little things were popping up on the screen. So anyway, there's been a lot of interest in renewable energy. I'm sure you guys, I know based on the calls I'm getting in Rock Springs that I encourage them to call the county. So I'm sure you're hearing about wind projects and potential. Even someone called recently to inquire about resurrecting the White Mountain Wind proposal from 2010. And so there's a lot of interest right now in renewable energy. But the only one, we don't have any wind projects in Rock Springs that we're actively, we don't have any applications or anything. We just have the Raven Solar project. So just a reminder about our solid minerals development. We've had a little bit of expansion in our Trona facilities. As you know, Jenner just recently expanded their Unit 8. So we just approved that for the Big Island Mine expansion to increase capacity there. And then of course, with our Kemmer office, we're sharing the Pacific Soda project, which is a new solution mine proposal in which they had purchased the leases there a couple of years ago, and now they're proposing to actually develop a new solution mine. And so an EIS is going to be done there. We're in the pre-work for the notice of intent. Also, there's some ongoing uranium projects, of course, Lost Creek Uranium in the Rollins Field Office. That's an implementation phase. And Sheep Mountain up in our Lander Field Office, that's kind of on hold. That has been for a while, mainly, I believe, due to kind of pricing of yellow cake and things like that. And then, of course, Shirley Basin in situ is an implementation as well. And just a reminder that those are also BLM administered projects. Just a reminder about some of our transmission lines. There was a big push a few years ago to really get transmission lines up and running. Particularly, and I saw some Rocky Mountain Power folks here, but particularly the Rocky Mountain Power Gateway West, Gateway South. The Gateway West, Shirley Basin to Jim Bridger has been completed. That's a picture of it there when they were the helicopter actually doing the lines there. And then of course the segments to the west that actually come through the Rock Springs area on into our Kemmer Field Office, those are currently on hold until we believe probably 2022 or further. But they're focused right now on that Shirley Basin to Jim Bridger implementation. And then of course the Gateway South and Transwest Express both follow the similar line down through the Bags area. And they were kind of on similar tracks there for a while. It looks like construction is going to probably begin on Gateway South, probably a little bit before Transwest Express, but those do follow a very similar line. And then with regard to pipelines, as you may recall, a couple of years ago, we approved the Riley Ridge to Natrona CO2 pipeline. That does follow the governor's CO2 pipeline initiative. And they have not started construction. They were intending to start construction in 2020. That got delayed for a variety of reasons. And so now they're telling us that they probably won't actually start construction and implement that project until summer of 2022. But they do have an approved right of way. So a couple of updates on our land use planning efforts. Our Rollins, Kemmer, Pinedale, and Lander field offices have plans in place. They've been implementing those plans, including with some travel management. All 4 of those plans are getting ready, either have already started or are getting ready to start their, what we call a 5-year evaluation. 5 years is kind of a target, but it never really works out to be 5 years, but just an evaluation to see if the management is working, to see if it needs to be revised, to see if updates need to happen, that type of thing. So all 4 of those plans will be undergoing an evaluation if they haven't already started this year. Of course, the Rock Springs is in revision. We have been in revision for a number of years. Right now, we had the draft EIS ready to publish in 2020. It was delayed for a variety of reasons. And then, of course, we had an administration change, which is always fun. And so we are going through some internal review, internal discussions with our headquarters office with this new administration, making sure that our RMP revision is going to meet the priorities and that our draft EIS is consistent with where this administration wants us to go. So we're doing that, but things are happening. We are making some progress there. We have several briefings scheduled. So we are expected, hopefully, to release the draft sometime even later this year. I don't want to jinx us, but that's our hope. And then, of course, the Wild Horse RMP amendment, as you may recall, we did pull the Wild Horse decisions for the checkerboard herd management areas out of the Rock Springs revision back in 2019, mainly because of the litigation that we have ongoing with the Rock Springs Grazing Association for those checkerboard herd management areas. And, as you know, we are under a consent decree from the district court from 2013 to implement changes in the checkerboard, the way we manage wild horses. So that involves both the Rollins and the Rock Springs resource management plans. We published the draft in 2020 for that EIS. The final EIS was scheduled to publish in January, and then we had an administration change. So everything kind of got delayed, but we're hopeful that a final EIS is going to publish in the very near future. And then, of course, shortly thereafter, the final EIS publishes, we'll publish a record of decision, and then we can start implementing that plan as well. I wanted to kind of go over a little bit of our fire management activity for 2020. We had 66 wildfires, and I saw Mike Bernasium in here earlier. About 3,900 acres total in the county, and this just is for Sweetwater County, not any of our other offices. We did have one Platte interagency hand crew come in and help us do some fuels work and different things, and some wildfire fighting activities. We had 2 kind of what we would consider large fires. Of course, many of you may remember the Richard Mountain fire that started just around Richard Mountain and then unfortunately burned right into Utah. So that was about 7,600 acres before we got control of that. And then, of course, the Point of Rocks fire that happened right toward the end of summer last year was only about 253 acres. Luckily, the weather helped us out on that one. We've had a variety of fuels treatments. The next slide's going to talk about them individually, but we have been doing a variety of fuel treatments to try to help those wildfires if they were to break out on BLM, both mechanical, prescribed burning, and chemical. And then just as a reminder, we have hosted the Southwest Conservation Corps. That's an all-female crew for firefighting and fuels work that has come in, and that's specifically targeted for increasing diversity in the wildfire profession. So we're happy to host them. Fuels management. This commission has been extremely interested in juniper treatments over the years. And so we wanted to just give you an update on where we are. We did complete Lousy George juniper treatment in December of 2020. That was a 5-year project that we had been implementing, so we completed it. And all of those piles were burned and when we got those December snows. So that project is complete. It was about 2,100 acres total. And that's a picture of it, although not great resolution, but that is a picture of kind of some of the areas that are completed. So you can tell there's been a huge improvement down there, getting rid of some of that juniper encroachment. The Sage Creek cheatgrass project, targeting cheatgrass, that will be hopefully completed this year in about the remaining 1,500 acres. And of course, we added the Richard Mountain Fire Rehab area, which is the Red Creek cheatgrass. As you know, cheatgrass likes to move in immediately after a fire. So We've already seeded down there earlier this year, a couple weeks ago, and then we got some snow on top of it. So we're actually really excited about that. I think the snow is going to help us with that seeding effort that we did a few weeks ago. And then we're still working on the Iron Mountain juniper treatment. That's very similar to Lousy George, just over on Iron Mountain. And we plan to do another 600 acres this year. Just a update on our wild horse and burro on-range activities. On-range means they're still out on the range and not in long-term holding. We had released a environmental assessment to the public for comment. It's out right now, closes at the end of this month, for the 5 herd management areas, including the 4 checkerboard herd management areas, to do a gather later this year for Adobe Town, Salt Wells Creek, Great Divide Basin, White Mountain, and Little Colorado. All 5 of those herd management areas are above the appropriate management level. And so we anticipate removing about 3,500 wild horses to reach our appropriate management level. We're also going to implement some non-permanent fertility control treatment, and all of that's outlined in the environmental assessment that's out for public comment right as we speak. We are anticipating to start that gather the 1st of October. Also, our Lander field office is heading up the North Lander gather for 2021, and that includes the North Lander complex for the Conant, Dishpan Butte, Muskrat Basin, and Rock Creek Mountain HMAs. Looks like they're planning about 1,300 wild horses to be removed. And they're also intending to do some fertility control treatments as well. Based on our national schedule, it looks like they're going to be either consistent with us in October, or they're going to follow our gather. So we'll do ours, and then they'll do theirs. Okay, and then of course, as you know, we have the Rock Springs Wild Horse Holding Facility on our complex in Rock Springs. It is the only federal off-range corral and preparation facility in the state of Wyoming. It has a capacity of about 800 horses. I think currently there's not quite 800 there. I think there's about 300 or so. I'm not exactly sure of the exact number currently, but they'll be receiving some of our horses when we start our gather later this year. And then of course you can always look at the viewing kiosk. What you're looking at there is just a picture of an overview of the complex facility itself. And due to COVID, tours are conducted right now upon request, and you can make appointments for adoption, things like that. But with COVID restrictions and whatnot, it's not necessarily open all day, every day for folks to come and go. The next national adoption we have that's nearby us is May 7th at the Wheatland facility, at the Wheatland Corrals. So that'll be our next adoption. Of course, you can adopt anytime by calling and making an appointment, but this is an official adoption event where they have the adoption incentive program and things like that. And then I included the Wyoming Landscape Conservation Initiative. Obviously, that's a big partner of BLM. We're a big proponent of that. And that's just kind of a reminder that kind of what the concept is for landscape-based projects, science-based, leveraging resources. And we always like to put the statistic here that partner contributions generate $6 for every one WLCA project dollar through in-kind services and matching funds. So it's a great, and several people have mentioned it. Some of our other partner agencies have mentioned WLCI and some of the work that's been done. I didn't bring any specifics about some of their projects, but just wanted to remind you of that they're there. And that's it for BLM. So we're happy to take questions. And like Tim mentioned, we've got most of the field managers from the other offices are on the line. So we'll be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Kimberly. Commissioners, any questions for either Kimberly or any other field managers on the line out of Kemmer, Lander, Rollins?
Are you getting the great outdoor money?
We have been working through the process on the Great Outdoors funding. And for Rock Springs, we've been talking about a couple different proposals, getting kind of some resources from, there's a few strings that come with that for us, because particularly in Rock Springs, we don't have any developed recreation. We don't have official fee sites. We have some developed recreation areas, and we're looking at projects and that kind of thing. And I don't know if any of the other offices want to jump in and talk about anything. Maybe if you submitted a specific proposal, we're still working through it in Rock Springs. But it certainly is available to us, just like Ashley was talking about for the Forest Service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I should ask, is there any of the officers out there that would like to share any information with the commission from either any one of the three, Lander, Rollins, or Kemmer, or any other member of BLM that's online? Mr. Elliott?
Oh, good morning. Well, I was going to say good morning, Mr. Chairman, but it is now afternoon. So thank you for having me. I think it's been a while since Lander Field Office has been on a call with you folks. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. I look forward to doing it again in the future. So I just wanted a quick intro. I'm John Elliott. I've been in Lander now for about a year and a half. We went quite a spell without a full-time field manager here. I'm here now, loving it and loving the country. So thank you.
Mr. Elliott, we thank you for being part of this partnership and look forward to continue working with you in the future as out of the Lander office as well as the High Desert BLM. Thank you. Anyone else that's out of any of the other offices? Like have anything to add?
Yes, this is Doug Lynn. I'm the field manager in the Pinedale field office. I've been the permanent field manager since December of last year. We also went through a period of time without some permanent management in place, and I just wanted to introduce myself to this commission. It's good to see you again, Commissioner Toman, and I always appreciated working with you when I was an employee of Kimberly's in the Rock Springs field office. We are continuing to have oil and gas development in Pinedale. It's primarily within the Pinedale anticline right now, but we do have some drilling activity taking place in the Jonah and within the NPL periodically. We have a lot of other projects that we are still working on in Pinedale, and our resource management plan evaluation will begin in June, and we will reach out to all of the local governments as our economies are all integrated.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lynn, and we look forward to continuing the partnership with you as well. And thank you for what you do and keeping us informed. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners?
Special thanks to all of you for being here. It means a lot to have you here. And as I got on the commission and we lost Mark Cott as our natural resource planner, I can't fill his job, but I got his seat in his office anyway. And I call him in periodically to help me find, okay, where's the file? And his first assignment was to me, get that federal meeting going. And he pulled the folder out and said, these are the people you need to invite. So I just want to thank all of you for coming, and we've kind of fumbled getting the dates corrected, getting the right people invited, but I think we have all of the right partners here today. And I just want to tell the commission, as we made that flow chart thing that I showed you at our first couple of meetings in January, this commission, Wally Johnson and myself for 21 years have been involved in every one of those projects that they talked about. We were the local voice for the county, and it's important that we stay connected to that and provide our input. So thank you very much for including us.
Thank you. Before we go on, I believe, is there any federal agency that's here that we didn't recognize? Very good. I wanted to make sure we had everybody covered and everything along that line. I'd like to thank everybody again for being here. If you wish any commissioner business cards, they're over there on top of the black cabinet to the left of the door as you leave, if you wish to have them. Commissioners, I know we need a break, very much so. But let's take one for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, quick restroom break, get back so we can finish up with our agenda and move in. And coming back, we will go under tab M, which is a discussion. No, I'm sorry, tab L, which is Rocky Mountain Power Check presentation to Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition for the website sponsorship. That'll be our first thing. So let's take a break, 10 minutes. We'll be back. Thank you.
Thanks for making the coffee.
Okay, we'll wait till Commissioner Smith gets back.
I did a couple of hours. Me and this computer, we have a lot of warfare.
No, you got to stay. Nice try. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order and back to our agenda. Next up on our agenda is tab L, which is the Rocky Mountain Power Check presentation to the Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition for the website sponsorship. And to present that, Ms. Kayla McDonald with SEDC. And Kayla, I know you have guests, you have others watching on. So would you please take a moment to make sure we introduce people?
Sure. I'm not sure who's all joining online, but my name is Kayla McDonald. I am the Economic Development Specialist for the Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition. I have here Chairman Brubaker and Mayor Como. And I believe, I think I saw Reed and Marty on there, and I'm not sure who else is on there, but
Marty Carollo's on there, who's a board member. I don't know if Reed's on there. He is, okay. Reed Clevenger, also a board member. Then also you have membership from Rocky Mountain Power on there, I believe.
yeah, Sharon
Miss
Fain
Sharon
and
Fain and
yeah,
Ken McCartney.
I'm not sure
Ken,
who that
who?
is.
Ken, who you with? Ken McCartney?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, who are you with?
I'm alone. I am here to join council in a discussion of Summit's Chapter 11.
Okay,
bankruptcy.
we'll have, we'll do that in executive session. Ken, we'll be a little bit before we get on, so I'd ask you, you can either stay here on Zoom, mute, or have you put back in the waiting room, whichever one works best. So anyhow, and I believe Ron Wild is here.
Ron Wild and Commissioner Schoenfeld as well represents. Yes.
All right, so with that, we have all the members present. So Ms. McDonald.
Yes,
floor is
so
yours.
thank you. So in November, we wrote a letter to you and requested your support for a request to Rocky Mountain Power for $10,000 for a new website for SEDC. And we have since then partnered on that project, and the website is out and launched as of April 2nd. And so I would just like to thank Rocky Mountain Power for their support. This project was very important for us to get a presence online. For us for the future, we are going to use it for marketing and attraction efforts, workforce development, as well as business retention and expansion. And then we also house property. So I have Mayor Como and the chairman of our advisory board here today, and I will turn it over to them and then Rocky Mountain Power for any words that they'd like to express. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, I just want to thank, number one, Rocky Mountain Power for their support, and then also our staff and the rest of the board. The staff has been phenomenal in looking for partnerships and relationships to continue our efforts to help grow our economy. And the teamwork with the staff and the board, and then the relationships that Kayla and Eric have been able to build, not just here in Sweetwater County, but around the state, have started to pay significant dividends, and their efforts hopefully are not going unnoticed by this commission and the residents of our county, because they're working their tails off to make a brighter future for all of us. So just want to say thank you to Kayla and Eric. Thank you to the commission for your support. And I would say that SEDC is running like a well-oiled machine since coming to the county. So really appreciate the vision and the foresight to make that happen, and just excited to be a very small part of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mayor Como.
Well, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I would make a statement, but Devin just took my speech. So, no, this is really exciting for us, and Eric's not, I'm sure Eric's online, but Kayla and Eric, what a great job. It's a great board to work with, and I always hear that we're not doing enough to diversify our economy or doing anything for economic development, but if you really took the time to see what's going on with SEDC, you'd see these people are moving. And thanks Sharon. I think Sharon's online, and Ron has the check, so we can't forget about that.
No.
I think the commission and Rocky Mountain Power, this is well worth the investment, and we're gonna do the best we possibly can to push Sweetwater County. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we go to Rocky Mountain, I will reach out to the other board members. Mr. Carollo, do you have anything you wish to add? Or Reed Clevenger from the city of Green River.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Reed Clevenger, City of Green River. I just want to echo what these our other board members have said. I think we've come a long ways here these last few months. I appreciate Rocky Mountain Power and helping us get what we consider to be a very valuable tool with the website and the look and the marketing that we need to do to start expanding the relationships and working with these companies and other organizations to bring some more development into the county. There was a lot of creative discussions on this. We went through a number of iterations, but we are definitely on the right track, and we really appreciate the support from the county with Kayla and Eric as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clevenger. Mr. Carollo, anything to add? We'll give him a second to push the right button. Okay, if Marty joins us, we'll bring forward. And of course, our board member to SEDC, Commissioner Shanefield, anything to add with regard to SEDC?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to Rocky Mountain Power for the support. We saw this as a great partnership, and we really appreciate the partnership that you guys have given to us. This website will be very well utilized, and it looks pretty slick, so I'm very excited. And I also want to say thank you to the board members and the partnership that we've had and been able to build some fantastic relationships and really work towards the future of Sweetwater County as a whole, and not just being in our silos, which I think is so important for us moving forward to continue to work together to push Sweetwater County and make it the most developed place that we possibly can and diversified. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, now we will have a presentation. How about Ms. Lane's, or I'm sorry, Sharon Fain. I looked at the wrong screen. I'm sorry, Sharon.
Thanks. Thanks, Chairman Wendling. And Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be with you remotely. I was hoping to be there in person, but I-80, as many of you know, was a challenge this morning. So thank you. You know, Rocky Mountain Power, we really, truly appreciate the opportunity to support Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition's work to create this new website. As many of you are aware, a community's economic development website is a key tool for business recruitment and attraction, and serves as a calling card for the community, especially to many site selectors, not only across the country, but across the world. So we look forward to our continued partnership and support of your mission to sustain and retain a diversified and strong business climate in Sweetwater County. And we truly appreciate the partnership, and also Ron Wild's work and what he does every day there in Sweetwater County. So thank you, and thank you, Ron, for being there to present the check.
Thank you, Sharon. And at this time, I'll ask Mr. Wild to come forward. And
Well, actually, I think all of us have to come forward.
the commission?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. I don't want to be the only person standing, holding the check, so I'd appreciate it.
We can walk down. You know what? Yeah, a couple of us stand up. Good idea.
Fill in the gaps.
Fill in the gap.
6 feet.
6 feet.
Just a little bit. Could we trade places with Mary and Roy? You guys trade spots.
Oh.
All right, everyone go vote.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Sharon, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rod.
You're welcome. You have a nice day. Anything else we can ever do to help, all you gotta do is holler.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. We appreciate that. And Sharon, we appreciate your presentation as well. Commissioners, any comments before the group leaves? None at all?
Thank you.
All right, I have one comment. You know, I just can't tell you much. I appreciate what Rocky Mountain Power does for many of our entities in the county and sponsorships for so many things. Anytime they're called upon, they're there and they're willing and are always there to be helpful to the citizens of Sweetwater County or any other group. Sharon, I know this doesn't happen without you, and you're exactly right. Ron Wild's work on the ground here in Sweetwater County is noticed and appreciated, and Rocky Mountain's support of Ron and what he does is very much appreciated. So thank you very much for this. We'll use it wisely.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You bet.
Okay. With that, we'll move on with our next item on our agenda, and that is a discussion on connecting the museum to the county network. And presenting that will be Mr. Knight and Mr. Mead. So Tim, come on up, and would you introduce Mr. Mead as well?
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. I have with me Dave Mead from the museum. We've been working on this for a few years. A few years ago, Bree talked to me about expanding their ability to be able to use their database, their collections database, to be able to put it out to the public a little more, to protect it more. They have a very vulnerable situation. They have a couple PCs that kind of run their whole situation. So what we'd like to do is connect them to the county network. That would give them the opportunity to use the resources of the county, be able to provide better services, and also to protect them better. They receive the majority of their funding from the county already. So I think this is a good move for us, and it opens up a lot of opportunities for other opportunities down the road to maybe help them better. But I don't know if you have any questions. Dave, do you have anything you wanted to mention? Or
well, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all the commissioners for listening to this proposal, considering it, especially to our liaison, Lauren, who promotes us. Thank you. We're really excited about this. We've been working with a pretty old network, our phones, our internet. I make the joke that when if we hopefully soon get a new system, we'll take our old one and put it in the collections. This is what they used to have. But yeah, this will save us and ultimately the county $5,400 a year on our CenturyLink. That's what we have now. Nothing against CenturyLink, but we do have to go downstairs sometimes once or twice a day and reset our router. So anyway, we're really excited about this. We do house all the treasures of the county, and we want to see that they're properly accessioned and cared for, and it'd be great to be able to get kind of an online collections and online exhibits, which obviously we can't do with our current system. So thank you very much. And also want to thank Tim and Mike and Gene Legursky for all their help with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mead.
All right, we put the cost on the, in your packet. So did anyone have any questions on the cost? I think the museum is willing to front some money as well to help pay for up to half of it. So
Thank you, Tim. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Mead or for Mr. Knight?
Who gets to drill under the sidewalk and all of that?
we've got a proposal from one of the electricians to do that. They've got a fiber boring machine, so it'll actually bore underneath the street and everything. It'll be pretty neat.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Schoenfeld.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner?
Chairman. So I guess first I'd like to know what the amount that the museum is willing to match for this project. And then also I know we discussed some additional lines going under there, not just fiber, that would be beneficial. Is that true? No?
We're just gonna run fiber
Okay. Okay.
at this point.
So to answer your other question, my board has approved up to 15,000.
Thank you. And then I wanted to voice that this is something that I think we, in looking at saving money overall and in looking at potentially combining, any services, anything that we can to mitigate everybody in their own silos, paying extra money for things that don't necessarily work in the best fashion. I think that this is something that we should look at across the board, and the museum's been working on this for a while, so I'm supportive of this project.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions, commissioners? Questions? I just got a couple. As we move forward with this, I visionary looking ahead and have had conversations with other department heads and that, looking to the future. We'll be able to do payroll. For example, if by chance, right now, how's your payroll being done?
I'm doing it.
Okay, so if we bring this all to fruition, that those payroll responsibilities could be handled here in the county, is that correct?
That's something we'd like to explore. There's been discussions about that. And as you know, we're governed by state statutes and we have our governing board, and our finances are in a different bank, but we're exploring that. I would sure not mind getting out of doing it.
No. My feeling is you're part of the 12 mil. You're by statute obligated, we're obligated to fund you. And I think anytime we can find some efficiencies and that type of thing, we're foolish not to look at them. But I don't want to move forward with the efficiencies like we have in some of our joint ventures with, for example, where we're move forward with the idea to save money. And down the road, here we are 6 years with some of those ventures, and we're still figuring out how come we haven't done it. So I'm fully supportive of this, but I want to see, as we move forward, make sure we're looking at these opportunities of being able to bring those efficiencies, even if the courthouse has to do it, whether it's payroll, whether it's accounting, whether it's those types of things. If we can save money, because we're paying for it anyhow at the county out of the 12 mil, we need to look at those things and be more efficient. And I think if this is the project that spearheads this for the county and for moving forward in other arenas, and I've had these conversations with Mr. McLean and HR as well as many of us have, I'm very much supportive of it, but I'm not going to be real happy if we drag our feet and we don't follow through and use every venue possible within what we're doing to be more efficient. And this is only the start. My expectation is there's more to come. And I would hope that we exhaust all energies in making sure that we're as efficient as possible, whether it's a museum, whether it's a library, whether it's another component unit or something like that. So, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd be remiss if we didn't look at this in the context. This kind of started in a way with the Facilities Committee a few years ago. And just so you know, we worked with the museum to find a storage location for them to move out of storage that they were paying many thousands of dollars a month for into some existing storage at the Road and Bridge facility. At the same time as we were moving out of the building down here, we were able to free up significant high-density rolling storage for them, which has now been installed to get them by. As you know, space at the museum, especially for storage of the collections, has been a huge issue. We've sort of stemmed that in the short term for that. So we were looking at these opportunities of how we could make assets that we had be utilized better to save money across the board. So this started in pieces. The last piece of this was looking at the kind of this internet piece, because as you know, museum collections are going to the whole world, making them available so the world can indeed share them. And I think it's also part of the economic development of our county because people are interested in that. And so that's kind of where we came from. And in terms of the cost of this project, I think we've already saved the cost of this project.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Yes, Mr. Mead.
To give you some numbers, I know y'all like numbers. I'd say the storage, having the offsite storage is saving over $15,000 a year. And we figure the compactorized storage that we got from Community Services Building is probably $60,000 today if we would have gotten that installed. And it doubles the capacity, storage capacity of our archival storage in the basement of the museum. So we're extremely grateful to Gary, to Gene Legursky, to facilities maintenance. They did all the work on that. And so I think all of this is really in line with the strategic planning that Roy's been doing, and Lauren, of how we can consolidate, how we can save money and not duplicate services and share resources. So the museum's really happy to be a part of that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, commissioners, for either Mr. Mead or Tim? I've heard through the conversation that the museum is willing to do up to $15,000 match. Commissioners, your thoughts on that? I want to save Commissioner Shanefield till last because I'll ask you for a recommendation.
I have to leave in 5 minutes.
All right, so commissioners, your thoughts on the match?
I think it's great.
15?
I would appreciate the $15,000 match. I think that there's a good mutual symbiotic relationship that we benefit from this, and it's good to have the partnership on all sides.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Tolman?
Not my area of expertise, but I see what they've been doing, so I support the connection.
So Commissioner Shanefield, do you have a recommendation for the match?
Yes, I would like to accept the 15,000, and then we'll have whomever come back with a budget amendment so that we can make adjustments on the
All right,
rest.
I
We don't have to make any
You don't
budget
have to?
amendments on this.
No.
We can
Oh.
use existing funds.
Nice.
Existing funds, so.
Okay,
All right.
even better.
All right, so I guess basically what it amounts to is I'm hearing accept the 15,000 match, which would leave a balance of 18,632 to come out of the budget. So I would entertain a motion that we approve the joint venture between the county and the museum for IT, internet, or go ahead, Kim.
Just for network to connect the county museum to the county network.
Okay, to connect the county museum to the county network, and it'll be for $15,000 match money from the museum and the balance of $18,632 to come out of the IT budget. Is that
It'll be
correct?
out of facilities.
Facilities budget. Okay, thank you. And it'll be a total of $33,632. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Shanefield to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify, oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know how soon, are you going to get it done before the end of the fiscal year?
The plan.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Good job.
Pictures
Keep it up.
of the
Thank you.
boring.
Okay.
I know, I want the video.
Okay. Up next will be tab N, which is the cooperative agreement amongst the cities of Rock Springs, Green River, Sweetwater County to form the Sweetwater County Water User Coalition. Commissioners, at our last meeting, I handed out the old Communities Protecting the Green agreement, and then also handed out the somewhat new agreement that's being proposed and highlighted changes. And they were probably mainly in the purpose area and that type of section of the agreement. This morning, I handed out to you a letter from Richard Matthew, who is a member on the Communities Protecting the Green. I might point out that probably by the end of the month of May, June, Richard Matthew will be moving. His spot will be vacated, but we'll deal with that at another time. But in that letter from Mr. Matthew, there's a really good explanation of talking about why we want to move from Communities Protecting the Green to a Sweetwater County Water User Coalition Committee and that type of thing. So we would basically be moving from a committee of Communities Protecting the Green, which basically was a committee that was stood up to prepare to be a litigation committee, to not hesitate that if there was any diversion of water from the green to out of state, that we had the power to do a file an injunction without any approval, basically, from the two cities or the county, and that's a lot of money. Through the work of Richard Matthew on the committee, as well as the other committee members, with joint work with the Joint Water Powers Board, and also as of late, in the last 2 years, the Joint Powers Water Board has been able to bring on a consultant who was a former state engineer. Name slips my mind.
Terrell.
Pat Terrell.
Yes.
Yeah, and that type of thing. And they came up with recommendations that it's foolish to throw money down a rat hole for an injunction, because there'll be enough private conservation groups that the minute a permit is granted to divert water out of the green, whether it's in Wyoming or in Utah, there'll be private conservation groups ready to file an injunction to stop that. And that's primarily because of what's going on. There's basically a greater need of water than what is presently coming down the river from out of the mountain areas in Colorado and Wyoming. And all of this is the lack of water to provide Southern California, Arizona, and Nevada is what's driving possibly these conversations that you're hearing. You heard a little bit of it on the BOR presentation this morning as referenced as curtailment. So we feel that our purpose needs to change. And as we work through the purpose of the committee, as you can see in the new document, it changes the whole movement of the committee, the vision of the committee. So what I'm asking the commission to do is first to dissolve the original Communities Protecting the Green, step one. Step two then is to approve the creation of the Sweetwater County Water User Coalition, which is the new agreement that you saw this morning, as well as was passed out. And then the third thing we'll have to do is reappoint the Sweetwater County rep, which is myself, as well as approve the outstanding reps for Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County, which is Brian Seppi and Richard Matthew. So we have a three-step process that it would take to fulfill this request. And then completing all of that, our county attorney's office, working with Mr. De Leon, has prepared a notification of the agreements and the parties that if we move through with it, you'd authorize the chairman to sign. The one thing I want to point out to everybody is Communities Protecting the Green was organized through Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce years ago. I guess it was about 2007. And they have been the keeper of the records over the years. So when you look at this notice of termination for Communities Protecting the Green, you'll notice the address is the Chamber of Commerce, and the person that oversees and prepares all the minutes and records is Miss Tammy Valdez. So don't be aware that that's the original group that brought together Communities Protecting the Green, and they'll continue to be the guardian of the records, I should say, although we'll have all copies here. So I'll stand for any questions at this time, commissioners, regarding this request to dissolve, recreate, and appoint. Commissioner Tolman.
I would make a motion if you're ready.
If there's no questions and you as commissioners have enough information, we're ready.
I'd make a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to sign for the cooperative agreement.
Can I help you out a little bit? We got to do a three-step
Yes.
process.
Okay,
First thing, I'll entertain a motion to dissolve the former Communities Protecting the Green Committee.
So moved.
Okay, so moved by Commissioner Smith to dissolve the Communities Protecting the Green. Is there a second?
I would second.
Second by Commissioner Tolman. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Next thing I would, and you're right, Commissioner Tolman, it was, and authorize the chairman to sign the termination. Do you, Commissioner Smith, did you add that to your motion?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Tolman, you did second that in your motion?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Now the next step is to approve the organization of the Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition.
I would make the motion to.
Commissioner Tolman is making a motion that we approve the Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Third part of the business is appointing the county rep and also approving the two at-large reps. And I would entertain a motion that we appoint the ongoing myself as the Sweetwater County rep, and then also approve Brian Seppi and Richard Matthey as members to the Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lloyd. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. So we're going to appoint Matthew and then we'll replace him when he leaves the county.
Yep.
I would be interested in being on that board, just for the record.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Looks like Mr. De Leon, I would like to comment. Did we miss anything?
Nope, you will be getting an e-signature for the cooperative agreement. Then after you receive that, then it'll be sent on to the mayors.
Is this the original for the termination?
Yep.
Okay, here, Sally, you can put it with the rest and some later. Mayor Como, we will do a DocuSign to send to the two mayors through the email on the agreement. Because the agreement is the MOU. We just did it. Yeah, when we created the new board, that was under the MOU, that was it. Does that help you out, sir?
Just the way that he sent it, first it was separate, but as long as we know it's all included and when we make the appointments, we would be approving the MOU. You guys will sign first and then send it our way.
Yeah, unless there's something we're missing, John. That's why I asked you.
No, that is correct, Mayor. You will receive each individually. City of Green River will receive it, and then you will also receive it as well.
So just so we're.
Go ahead, that's all right.
Just
That's
so
why
we're all on the same page, as far as the appointments are concerned, are we all agreeing to the at-large appointments? or just approving our own appointments, or are we
We're-
approving
we're-
all the
we're- We're
appointments?
agreeing with the at-large, present at-large appointments,
Okay,
which is Brian Seppi and Richard Matthey. We
Okay.
know that Richard Matthey will be resigning or, no longer be part of it.
correct.
And the committee will begin to look for an at-large person.
Okay, so we just would need to reappoint the Rock Springs.
Yes. Who is Eddie Baker.
Correct. Okay,
And then approve Brian and Richard.
correct.
And Green River will have to appoint Jason Palmer if, so chooses, and then approve Brian and Richard. All three groups have to approve the at-large.
Okay, we would just do this in a different manner, being as the cooperative agreement is the MOU, and since it's two different steps, we would approve that first
Fine.
and then however, but we're all on the same page. And then when you execute the documents, you can just send them my way and we'll sign.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay,
You all clear? So are we. Thank you, Mayor. All right, with that, let's move on. Our next agenda item is the tab O, which is a request for approval to a staff vacant position and consideration for staff positions in the county clerk of district court's office. And here to present that is Ms. Boback, our county clerk of district courts, and Mr. McLean. Welcome. Good morning. See you, Mayor.
It's not morning anymore. We've
It's
crossed over
afternoon.
that realm. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, county commissioners. Before you is a request to restaff a vacancy or vacancies, we should say, in the county clerk's office and the clerk of district court's office, sorry. So I'm going to just provide just some quick history, and then I'll let Donnelly talk about the operational needs, and then we'll answer any questions from there if that's okay. So I think the way we got to this point originally was we had a vacancy that was created in the office in 10/21 of 20. That was the first vacancy. There were 9 FTEs approved in the department for fiscal year 2021. Then in January of 2021, we had another vacancy. Ms. Boback came before the board at that time requesting to refill that position, and that was denied at that time. And since that time, she's received a third vacancy from an individual who will be leaving at the end of this month. So that would put the department at 6 FTEs. Just some quick history, just so, and Ms. Boback and I discussed this a little bit this morning, but fiscal year 16-17, there were 8 FTEs, 17-18, there were 6 approved FTEs, 18-19 were 7 approved FTEs, and then for fiscal year 19 and 20 and 21 respectively, there were 9 FTEs approved as part of the budget process. So just for everybody's edification, when you adopt the budget, you set the salaries, line items for the budget for each department, and then in addition approve the FTEs. That's part of the position control for the county, and that's actually what goes into our position control, so that if there's any additional positions to be added, we'd have to come back here to get that approved and then added to that position. And so with that, I think that there's been a lot of discussion about need and numbers and things like that. So I know that Donna Lee has presented and put in your packets, which I have a copy also. I'll let her present that information, and then we'll answer some questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Ms. Boback.
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Afternoon.
Fellow commission, yes, afternoon. I prepared for you a time study that we did in 2019. When we were down to 6 and 7 FTEs, we were not handling the load. We couldn't maintain an efficient office. I was getting complaints from the judges, and we did an actual time study, and I went through and I compared our staff to the closest courts to us as far as numbers. And where I realized, well, I'm down, I could probably use 10, but I asked for 9, and that was granted, which I so appreciated. With COVID and stuff, our caseload has gone down 77 cases, and I'm talking on a fiscal year. And with the hiring freeze and stuff, and okay, I'll absorb that. I appreciate what the county's going through, and I didn't come before the commission. Now I'm going to be down a third of my staff at the end of April. I cannot be down a third of my staff. When I came in December, I asked, I'll split the difference with you. You keep one, I'll take one, and it was denied. Again, I appreciate what the county's going through, but I was elected by the residents of Sweetwater County, as well as the board, to know what my staff needs, to know what the courts need. And I come before you, trust me, I am not asking for something we do not need. If you can't give me part of the problem that we deal with is that we have to do things duplicity. And I don't have a choice in that. With COVID, they have put into the rules that we can take email filings, okay, which very, very convenient for those outside the office. When we do that, we have to take that off the email. We have to print it. It has to be scanned because the state does not want us just downloading it into the file in case of a virus. So we have to scan it. Then we have to file it in the paper file because there is not an e-filing program out there yet. But the courts have the judges have come accustomed to using the case, the electronic record. They don't even ask for the paper file, but we still have to maintain it because it is the record, okay? The clerks currently are working 10 and 11 hours a day. I continue on that. I'm going to have to ask for at least $65,000 in overtime. That in and of itself could be a position. Along with that, I appreciate their dedication to getting the work done. However, you're going to have burnout. I could lose somebody over that. I can't keep doing this, okay? But we have to maintain an efficient office, okay? We've gotten rid of passports being closed, made that come, but I talked with Jason. Jason, as I've told you before, is willing to take that on at the library. I'm very appreciative of that, so we can still continue to serve the residents on this side of the county as well. The clerks are cross-trained, and they're with ongoing cross-training. That's always been going on. But with the positions I'm losing 22 years of experience. And the most tenure that my oldest clerk will have, barring Belinda and myself, will be 2 years. So we're still in a process of training, cross-training, and then we throw that we're short-staffed, and then we're covering things that we're not even, some aren't even trained in, and they're being thrown into the fire, which isn't fair to them. We are training them, trying to train them, but you can imagine it's not the ideal situation, working environment, okay? Our jury trials with COVID, we have to call in, I'm calling in 20 more jurors than we normally do. We do them in 3 separate panels. Voir dire used to be one group, one day. We usually had a jury by noon. We bring in 3 separate groups of jurors to do voir dire. And by the end of the day, we will have a jury. So one that takes up 1 day or half a day for a trial to begin. We've started on Clearview jury, which is great. I can notify some people by email and text if they so wish. So that has been helpful. But there's still that, the time it needs to take and do this stuff. Both Belinda and I, we're working as well as doing our administrative duties. We're also both working overtime. I don't feel I'm going to ask my staff to do something that I'm not willing to do. It's not right. It's not good as a leader. We've used technology to its fullest. We have credit cards that we accept. We did before COVID. We have brought in more child support, which, some parents are very happy that we're getting that. Criminal payments, many people are doing that as well. And I've already touched on the e-filing. None of these vacancies happened because of retirement buyout, not a one. So it's the county, it's not, it hasn't cost you anything. Okay, and by these people leaving at this scale, and if we hire at this scale, we're still saving the county 17%. And that's with two, if I replace two. I don't know what questions I can answer for you.
Well, I think let's hear what Mr. McLean has to say, and then we'll go to questions
Okay.
for you and Mr. McLean, okay? Mr. McLean?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just in your packets is a summary, cost summary. That's just for one position. For two positions, obviously, it's the same circumstance times two. The expected difference, so is, as Ms. Boback alluded to, the person that's leaving is at a higher level of training and experience. And so assuming all other things being equal, primarily family insurance, the savings would be roughly $8,000 per position. Could be significantly more than that, obviously, depending on the health insurance issue, if you had somebody who had a lower level of health insurance. So that's in your packet. The other couple other points that I would mention, because it's been part of the discussion earlier today with the museum, and it's been part of the discussions. Ashley's here today working with the clerk's office, trying to make sure that we have coverage when people are gone and that kind of thing. In the clerk of district court's office, because of the isolation for security between this level and that level, it's not really practical moving people back and forth in the same way that we do in other areas. They really are pretty isolated in terms of that. So that doesn't seem to be a practical solution. The other thing that we've taken a look at, and I discussed this this morning with Ms. Boback, sometimes when you run into these problems, there's things like you get so many people that have been there so long, have tons of vacation, and they're just taking that vacation. It's reducing the efficiency of the department. There's just really no evidence of that here. Most of the people are relatively new in the job, as she alluded to earlier. And the vacation and sick leave accrual rates and the usage rates are all fairly typical. In other words, I didn't see any excessive problems or people that had, sometimes you'll get numerous folks out on family medical leave or long-term absences. So I just want to be clear, that's not part of this issue. I think if there's any questions, hopefully we can answer them, provide you with any data.
One thing I would like to say, about using staff from other areas, I don't have a problem with that myself, but we deal with a lot of confidentiality issues. And if I have somebody that I've brought into my office and that is broken that confidentiality, I don't have any supervisory authority over that individual. So something else also to keep in mind in that aspect.
Okay, commissioners, questions for either Ms. Boback or Mr. McLean? Commissioner Smith?
Not really a question, I guess, but a comment. My issue in December was, I don't think we've gone down the path of looking for efficiencies, sharing staff, things like that. That was my only issue with it in December. It looks like that's been addressed, and so I would be in favor of approving two vacancies.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Or filling two
Yeah.
vacancies.
Donnelly, just a question within the child support. I've been kind of confused, and is everything that we do for the child support in there mandated, or do we do anything contractually that we don't need to be? We're not mandated to do through our statutes.
We're mandated in most of what we do. We do have it's an annual, but they went to a biannual or biennium with our contract with child support services. Okay. And in that, most of that is that they'll provide us the equipment for us to upload orders and stuff like that. But the onset of a case is opening the new case, processing all the pleadings, doing the summonses and that. The only thing, and I did reply to your email this morning, I don't know if you received it, but jointly, if you will, are child support payments, and that's if they're ordered. The judge can order either of them directly to us or to the SDU, State Disbursement Unit is what that stands for. The majority of it does come through us, but we have to upload those orders into POSSE for the SDU to even take them. But everything else is, is mandatory, what we do.
I also made my decision in December based upon the fact that I didn't feel like the process had been worked like we had requested. I do feel a little better, and I think one thing that kind of sticks out to me is when I met with you and Ms. Bridewell, and we were looking at overtime numbers, and the numbers you presented me, you were guessing at about $50,000 a year in overtime. When I worked those same numbers, I came up with actually we were on pace for $64,000 a year overtime, which is really only about potentially $12,000 less than we would be paying for a full-time employee. So my question would be, when you are fully staffed, what are the overtime levels? Or what will be, I don't want to see, if we go this way, I don't want to be also walking to that and having additional overtime. I'd be doing it to wipe away the overtime.
No, it would stop. It would not be allowed.
Okay.
Other questions, commissioners?
Just a quick marinating second, and then I'll be ready to roll. So just to make sure, with that additional stuff we do with the collections and we're not 100% mandated, how much time does that take of the clerks?
It's an nth, really an nth of what we do.
Very little. Okay.
We receipt it in, we cut a check. That's pretty much all we do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, other
Those would
questions?
be my questions, Mr. Winley, Chairman Winley.
Huh?
Those are all my
Other
questions.
questions? Okay, any other questions?
I just appreciate the updates that you've provided me from the start of the year, helping me to understand a little better, I hope.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think first of all, we'll break it apart. I think we've got a 4:30 resignation coming at the end of this month.
That is correct.
So there's a request to restaff that one. So let's do that one first. The one position first, and then we'll go on from there. So what's your pleasure regarding this resignation that's coming up to restaff that position, commissioners?
I would move that we restaff the position being vacated by resignation at the end of this month.
Okay, we have a motion to approve that position. Is there a second?
I would second it.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Now, you're requesting that one more of the two that retired and left us?
I'm
Or they
asking,
weren't retirements?
none of them were retirements. I'm asking that the position that was vacated in January, that you would reconsider your position on that.
Okay, so we'll go to that one next. Commissioners, what's your pleasure for that one? Commissioner,
I would make a motion to rehire the January position.
we got a motion by Commissioner Toman to rehire that position. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any discussion? Commissioners, any discussion? I have a comment. My preference would be with both of these two positions is they wait until we get through the budget process to see where we're at, and we revisit those positions after July 1st when we know where our budget's at. And not that you don't need them. I think it's just being very cautious and being very wise in the aspect of knowing what our dollars are going to be to run the county. So I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to vote for it. I'm going to vote against it because I don't, as much as I truly believe you need it, and I understand the reasonings that this could pass, I still think there's one factor that needs to be looked at, because as much as I won't support balancing the budget on the back of staff, which means laying people off, any position we add could create that down the pike a ways. And I would much rather add after July 1st, when we know we're in a better position to do so, than do now and bring somebody aboard. And if it happened to be last in, first out, that would not make sense to me to do that. So that I'm not asking for any comment. This is my comment before we vote. So no response. Okay, I'm just saying I'm going to vote against it, and I have my reasons. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
I'll counter that by saying that we look at the months already that these positions have been not filled, and how much money will be given back to carryover because of the positions that haven't been filled and that have been picked up, the work that's been picked up by that office already. And so I would say that that would be an unfair burden put upon them to say, well, you've worked short already and you're going to be giving money back. So let's also not fill these positions for you in the upcoming fiscal year. So that'd be my counterpoint, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion, commissioners? Discussion? Mr. Stone.
Well, I think if we're looking at positions that we need to balance the whole county, we can't just because people leave one agency that we just suck up those positions and that becomes how we meet our budget. That's totally unfair. We have to be efficient and meet each department's objectives. And so I disagree with you, Commissioner Wendling. I think that'd be grossly unfair to that department or to that entity.
Thank you. Any other discussion, commissioners?
I'd feel remiss if I didn't get a word in too, I guess, at this point.
We all would.
I really struggle as we sit here, and I can't I'm pretty 50-50 on this in a couple of ways. I think the biggest thing I see for the pro side is the fact that I do feel like there's actual savings in the replacement of this position based upon projected overtime numbers. Because I think adding a second person, two brand new people at the same time is not going to lower the overtime. I mean, adding just the one person isn't going to lower the overtime because you're going to have someone that's brand new and still training. And so that second person will help and create that savings. But I also do agree with Commissioner Wendling. Man, this is some great fence riding, isn't it? But I do agree with Commissioner Wendling because we don't know what's going to happen as we go through this budget process. And I'm a firm believer. I want to do everything we can that we don't have to do anything that affects employees. But I'm not 100% convinced at this point that we may not be there. And because of that, that makes this decision a little bit more difficult because what if this does create that, hey, thanks for coming and thanks for leaving. And so that worries me too. So I'll make my decision in just a second. So thank you.
Any other discussion? This is good. This is good. I like it. All right, with that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Motion carries. You got your other one.
Before you adjourn for the day, thank you, but now as a public citizen, I want to tell you how much I appreciate the VSO. Something my husband has been working on for many, many years. It was just coming up. And Sam is phenomenal. She is somebody that she knows her stuff and she made it so easy. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate that in my family.
We're
So
very
thank you.
fortunate to have the VSO.
And I just
program.
want you to know about that.
Thank you.
That it has made a huge difference.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Be safe.
Thanks,
With-
Donna. And I think we also owe a thanks to Mr. McLean for making that VSO so
Very
popular.
much so. Very much so.
You'll have a little presentation next week, so.
Oh.
Good. All right. With that, under others, is there anything else under other commissioners for the good of the order? All right. With
Mr. Wendling.
yeah.
I am so sorry. I'm remiss. I meant to bring this up earlier and I missed it in my notes. But I do want to, with this happening, I do think I'd like the board to consider relooking at the position we denied for Road and Bridge. And we would have to bring that to a vote to take a relook at that. And I'd like to see what we need to do to go that way. And I think from talking to Mr. De Leon, because we had a couple different conversations about the different situations, it would just take a vote from one of the no's to bring it back up. And I don't know if it's appropriate to do that now because it wasn't on the agenda, or do we need to leave till the next meeting? But I do want to have that discussion.
Mr. De Leon.
If you can do it either way, Commissioner. If you do that today, then it would require a 2/3 vote. If you would like to have that on the agenda for the next meeting, then it will only require a simple majority.
Very good. So, yeah, so with that, if it's okay with you, Commissioner Lloyd, I would like to request that Mr. McLean put it on the agenda for the next meeting. That way, Mr. Legursky will be here and I'm sure 2 more weeks won't hurt anything.
Okay.
Agreed? You okay with that, commissioners?
Yes, as long as we get to make that discussion, absolutely.
Yeah, and then Lauren will be back for that too as well. So, okay, we'll plan on putting that on. All right, with that, that concludes our regular business. I'll entertain a motion for us to go into executive session for contracts and litigation. Rob, for litigation, of course, we have Mr. McCartney, but anybody else besides Mr. De Leon? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I would so move.
Got a motion by Commissioner Lloyd. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Tolman. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll go into executive session. Does anybody need a break while we set up?
I think we're good.
We're good? Okay. I would ask that Rob, you stay, please, and John, you're here, of course.
Are we off?
I don't
You
even
don't
have
get to go
time to eat
anywhere.
the donut.
Huh?